Hey guys, what's up to a new live stream? Hey guys, what's up to a new live stream? Today we're gonna watch the Polka DeFiance live stream. So we're just gonna have a watch party today. I'm gonna be pretty silent, not really gonna do analysis today. I'm also doing some other things on the side, but since I have this open anyways, I want to share it with all of you. And see if something interesting happens for Reef. So that's the plan. Also I'm not gonna have some music today because we're gonna listen to the conference. You can ask me questions, but I'm probably gonna respond to them via text once the conference actually starts, because I don't want to interrupt it. And hopefully, I even asked in the chat. I didn't get any response. I don't think my message is here anymore. I asked if it was allowed to restream, and hopefully it is, because that's what we're gonna do. Only 13.5 minutes remaining. I'm gonna grab a drink, and let's watch it together. Alrighty, guys. Alrighty, guys. Alright. So, alright. So, are we ready? Are we ready? I feel like it's still a bit disordered. I feel like the sound is still a bit disordered. How's the sound, guys? How's the sound, guys? In chat. Hey, everyone. Hey, everyone. By the way, before we start, if you're new to the channel, please subscribe. Hmm. 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 Test 1, 2, 3. Let's see if it's working. Test 1, 2, 3. Let's see if it's working. Pretty weird. Pretty weird.
from all across the Polkadot ecosystem. And the first talk is by Eric Wang, Ecosystem Development Lead at Parity, who's going to give you a bird's eye view of the Polkadot ecosystem. And the first, and take it away.
Awesome. Let me share my screen real quick. Perfect. 1 second. Let me make sure that's working and play. All right. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for showing up to my talk. And as Peter introduced, I'm giving today a bird's eye view of the Polkadot ecosystem. And hopefully by the end of this talk, you guys will know how amazing and awesome the Polkadot ecosystem is. So I'm going to start off this talk by introducing a little bit about the background of the ecosystem and who we kind of consider as people who could build within Polkadot and Substrate. So when we think about ecosystem builders, there's really three main types of categories that we look at. And these are chains, dApps, and as well as infrastructure. So chains generally consist of the things you generally think about when talking about Polkadot, and these are people who are building parachains, parathreads, or chains that act as a bridge to other external blockchains. And for dApps, these are applications that are being built on top of these chains, which are either consumer-facing applications or higher-level protocols. And finally, last but not least, there's on top of these chains, which are either consumer-facing applications or higher-level protocols. And finally, Polkadot ecosystem experience. So at the beginning of the talk, I mentioned a little bit about both Polkadot and Substrate. So there's, I like to mention that Polkadot and Substrate, although they are relatively distinct as in terms of technologies, the reality right now is that the parachain ecosystem and the Substrate ecosystem overlap quite significantly. Right now, Substrate is the main SDK that is used to build blockchains as well as used to build, in a sense, applications on top of these blockchains within the Polkadot ecosystem. And currently, there is no, I guess, Polkadot parachain yet that's not built with Substrate. However, in the future, we do imagine that there are going to be a significant chunk, as you can see in this pink part of the circle here, that will be non-Substrate based Polkadot parachains and parathreads. And when we talk to people about how do you build on Polkadot, generally people are talking about how do I build a chain or how do I build an application. And within these chains or applications, there's really kind of five main kind of technical areas that we as Parity would recommend they look at. And these could be things such as an independent substrate-based blockchain, a parachain, a parathread, runtime on top of a parachain or a parathread, and then smart contract on top of a parachain or parathread. And what's interesting is that all of these things are not necessarily superior to one another from an objective standpoint, but they all have their own pros and cons. And for example, building a parachain would allow you to have relatively high logic complexity based on what you want to build, as well as a relatively high shared security. And that's why parachains have become kind of so popular as an option for people to build on when they talk about the Polkadot ecosystem. But because there are kind of so many options for builders to actually develop, the Polkadot ecosystem is quite rich, and it's really kind of allowed the ecosystem to flourish the way it is today because different types of developers can develop exactly the kind of application they want to build. And in this section, I'll talk a little bit about kind of trends within the ecosystem, how the Polkadot ecosystem has really evolved today. This can include kind of metrics and kind of numbers of builders, et cetera, and what we kind of see as the roadmap up to this point. So what's really awesome about Polkadot is that at 3 years since our first commit, Polkadot has already more developers than Ethereum had at the same point of time. So 3 years after Ethereum was deployed, Ethereum had fewer overall developers than the Polkadot ecosystem has. And I think this kind of speaks to not only the passion of the ecosystem in kind of promoting Polkadot towards developers, as well as to some extent, I guess the flexibility that Polkadot affords, because not everybody wants to just build a parachain or a set of smart contracts on Ethereum. Building smart contracts, I guess, limits you to kind of certain parameters, which I guess doesn't allow you to build the best application possible. And as a result, kind of the increased number of developers, what we also see is an increased number of teams that are building both components for Substrate or Polkadot and teams that are building blockchains with Substrate. And as Substrate was launched around end of 2018 or so, starting Q1 of 2019, for example, there were only like 4 people building blockchains with Substrate. And that number, for example, has increased almost linearly over the quarters. And same with components as well. And one interesting trend that I'd like to kind of point out is that for teams that are building components, by Q4 2020, there were at least 35 components that were fully launched within the Polkadot ecosystem, but only 6 blockchains that are fully launched within Substrate. And what we observe is that this is because most people who are actually building on Substrate actually want to build a blockchain on like a parachain on Polkadot. And so many people choose to kind of, even if their blockchain is ready, they choose to kind of wait until Polkadot network is live until they deploy their parachain. But there are, of course, some teams as well, and these teams number more than 6 at this point, who have already deployed a live Substrate-based chain, and also kind of intend to connect to Polkadot after Polkadot becomes live through what this kind of platform that we call Cumulus. And with the growth of the teams, like within the ecosystem, we also see that efforts in the sense to kind of attract these teams to build have also become quite decentralized compared to before. And so basically until mid 2020, I would say that Parity and Web3 Foundation were actively aware of most of the projects within the ecosystem, and we were in contact with most of the projects within the ecosystem. And that's a result of, I guess, people not knowing quite as much about how to build and not as many people evangelizing really how amazing Polkadot is as an ecosystem just yet. But since mid 2020, that kind of a number of stakeholders has increased quite a bit. So not only are Parity and Web3 Foundation, for example, still working pretty carefully to expand the ecosystem, but also now we have an ecosystem of like investors, such thought holders, as well as other projects that kind of pitch the Polkadot message and the Polkadot ecosystem to other projects. So at this point, for example, Parity probably doesn't even keep in contact with half of probably all projects within the ecosystem. And it just shows that this is kind of a like a step towards the right direction in terms of decentralizing the efforts within Polkadot. And I'd also like to talk about in this slide kind of types of applications that are being built in Polkadot. So what we observe is that there's really Polkadot is really kind of a platform for you to build, I guess, all-encompassing any type of application out there. And we see this basically, for example, in our DeFi, I guess, ecosystem within Polkadot. So back in DeFi summer, we at Parity and Web3 Foundation figured that there's a lot of work that needed to be done in terms of building DeFi building blocks in order for us to have a flourishing DeFi ecosystem. And we were really able to kind of sell the idea of, I guess, interoperability and all the benefits that Polkadot has to kind of make sure that all of these building blocks are out there. But then, like, even though there's kind of quite a large variety of, I guess, for example, DeFi projects within the ecosystem, DeFi and Polkadot only represents about 25% of all projects building. And I think this kind of variety of projects kind of shows just how flexible the Polkadot framework and network is for, I guess, end users as well as developers. And currently, I think the trend is that people are really waiting for parachains to kind of be ready. And parachain teams themselves are kind of really preparing for this next phase of the Polkadot network. So we're all kind of really excited to see, I guess, which teams end up becoming parachains and how the economics of these parachain auctions go. And there's, as well as what's happening is that there's quite a lot of services, both centralized and decentralized, kind of being built, as well as fundraising being raised to kind of make sure that the parachain teams that the community and the investors want to become parachains actually end up achieving that goal. And so the last section I'd really like to talk about is more opportunities within the ecosystem. And there's kind of two sections within this. So the first part is trends that we've observed in the ecosystem. And second, I'd like to talk about basically kind of the support structures that teams can get if they do decide to kind of build within, Polkadot and Substrate. So the first trend we see amongst builders is that we expect to see more regional diversity of builders. So this is a really simple pie chart I drew of kind of the regional distribution of builders back in December 2020. So what's interesting to note is that most of the projects that you hear about nowadays about Polkadot is actually probably outside of Europe, I guess for most of you guys. But still, back in that time, there were 37% of all builders were from Europe. And this was largely because at the beginning, Parity and Web3 Foundation were kind of the main players kind of stewarding this ecosystem. But what we expect to see is not only is Parity and Web3 Foundation's influence going to diminish within the ecosystem in the future, but other stakeholders from all around the world are also kind of able to convince more localized projects to kind of build within those regions. And we kind of already see more attention towards Polkadot in regions such as like South Korea and Japan, India, etc. that just a few months ago really have not had that much kind of activity or knowledge of Polkadot in general. Another trend that we also expect to see is a higher share of projects that are building applications on top of chains as opposed to chains or ecosystem components. One really amazing development, which wasn't really entirely within our prediction, is basically how how popular platforms such as Moonbeam, Macala, Equilibrium, like Plasm, all these smart contracts supporting chains will become with regards to kind of public sentiment and level of overall adoption at this point. And so within these platforms, for example, applications can be built. And because there's a limited number of parachain slots, but an unlimited number, well, nearly comparatively unlimited number of applications that can be built on top of these parachains, we expect that these platforms really kind of get quite a large traction within the coming months or so. And that this kind of share of applications will grow significantly from, a small percentage to a much larger share of this pie chart. And another trend that we expect to see within the coming months is kind of rise of more NFT related chains and applications. So I just put some logos of, a good variety of representative, you could say, NFT projects within the Polkadot ecosystem. But what we see is that, of course, outside of Polkadot ecosystem, there's been a huge shift of attention towards NFTs. And what we're already starting to see is that people are realizing that NFTs kind of require, it would make NFTs way more interesting if NFTs could kind of interoperate with one another, as well as they could kind of be secure and basically not be lost for a while. And being able to kind of build on both the Kusama networks for kind of lower value NFTs and the Polkadot network for really these like $1 million NFTs kind of gives builders as well as end users a lot of flexibility when it comes to kind of choosing like a platform to kind of host their NFTs. And this is definitely kind of an area that Parity, for example, is actively trying to promote for people to actually build on. And two more trends that we expect to see is one is we expect to see like a rise in fundraising and related applications. So as parachains kind of become, live and the slot auctions are occurring, they kind of need ways to kind of raise these the funds in order to actually secure these slots. And so projects such as like HydraDX, PolkaStarter, and Bounce Certified, for example, are kind of providing certain kinds of platforms for basically people to be able to secure enough funding for their parachain slots. HydraDX, for example, allows projects to continually, raise enough dots so that they can kind of continue their, slot exposure over time. And because of kind of the demand for parachains right now, we expect these to be relatively widely adopted in the coming months. And also, finally, we expect to see a really kind of a really good shift towards Polkadot native yield farming. We can see the rise of DeFi Summer in Ethereum, as largely attributed towards, I guess, this idea of yield farming. And I think this won't be too much different in the Polkadot ecosystem, especially as many of these DeFi projects within the Polkadot ecosystem are some of the more well-funded and mature ones. Many of these projects may actually launch earlier than other projects as parachains. As they launch earlier than others as parachains, the first set of users may also kind of go into these DeFi projects. And these projects can be things such as like Equilibrium, Macala, Staffy, etc. And finally, the last slide I have is basically going to discuss, if you are a builder, talking about how much ecosystem support you can get if you choose to kind of build within the Polkadot ecosystem. So just within technical support, there's kind of many programs that you can choose for or from to kind of support your project. And these could be things such as the Substrate Builders Program, which is now kind of seen as by many people within the community as this premier program for some of the higher caliber projects within the ecosystem to kind of get various types of support. I mean, not just technical, but also community support, fundraising help, and kind of messaging support. There's kind of development efforts from Parity to make sure that certain projects are able to kind of get the right development support in the form of substrate delivery partners. There's quite a few funding opportunities within the ecosystem, both kind of off-chain and on-chain. From an off-chain perspective, the Web3 Foundation grants is relatively well known and has granted over 100 projects within the last year, and it's expected to kind of grant quite a few projects this year. And what's even more interesting, I think, is the on-chain treasury, which has funded a decent number of projects to this date. But one amazing thing about the on-chain treasury is that it's, one, decentralized, two, it funds pretty much any type of project that the council would approve, and three is that the treasury side of this the size of this treasury will increase over time. So as you can see in the graphs to the right, by August 2021, the size will be over 300 million US dollars, and could really fund quite a few different types of projects there. And there's also, of course, a ton of community events, as for example, like this Polka DeFiance event is hosted by community members, as well as events hosted by either Parity or Web3 Foundation in the form of things such as Sub-Zero and Web3 Summit. We have a really good Polka ambassador program with quite a few ambassadors globally. And so if you're kind of an individual who's looking to evangelize the Polka ecosystem, as there's just so much stuff going on, I definitely recommend you check it out. And finally, last but not least, there's quite a lot of venture funding opportunities for projects within the ecosystem, both from the VC side as well as accelerator incubator side. And as you may know from excellent projects that are speaking in this talk, such as Reef Finance or Equilibrium or whatnot, there's been a lot of kind of investor activity and attention towards Polkadot ecosystem in general, especially the, I guess, higher caliber ecosystem projects that may be speaking today. And hopefully now that my talk is completed, you guys think that the Polkadot ecosystem is amazing, and I hope that the subsequent talks will really kind of elaborate on that as well. Thank you so much for listening to my talk.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Eric. And perfect timing as well. You really hit the nail on the head. I hope that all speakers do as well as you hitting their times. So next up, we're going to bring on the first panel of the day, interoperability, making DeFi liquidity more powerful, moderated by Benjamin from Cointelegraph, featuring Denko from Reef, Kenny from Manta, and Daniel from Polkastarter. So bear with me for one moment as I bring everyone on stage. I'm going to kick Eric. Goodbye. Thank you. First up, we have Ben from Cointelegraph. I've invited you. Please join the stage. Then we have Denko from Reef, inviting you up. Please join us on the stage. Kenny Lee, I don't see you in the list here. If you could.
Hello.
Hello. And Daniel is invited on stage. Daniel is joining. I don't see Kenny Lee in the chat here. Or in the attendees. We'll give him one more second to join.
Hello. Hey guys. Can you hear me well?
I can't hear anything.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Welcome, everybody. Just gonna send Kenny a message here. We can get started in a few minutes if we don't hear from him. Daniel, you can't hear? And now we have Kenny. Awesome. Invited onto the stage. Please join us. Thank you, gentlemen. I will go off video, and once we have Kenny up there, feel free to get started discussing interoperability, making DeFi liquidity more powerful with Polkadot. There you are, Kenny. Welcome.
Hello.
Hey Kenny.
Thank
Nice to
you.
see you.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. So hello, everyone, and thanks for joining this panel called Interoperability, Making DeFi Liquidity More Powerful. Decentralized finance, also known as DeFi, has been a hot niche in the crypto space over the past year. People have built numerous projects, but not all of them run on the same blockchain, which brings up the issue of compatibility. DeFi liquidity is siloed, creating significant friction. To discuss the situation, we have Danko Mancheski, CEO of Reef Finance, Kenny Lee, Chief Operating Officer of Manta Network, and Daniel Stockhouse, co-founder and CEO of Polkastarter. Welcome, guys. Thanks so much for jumping on, and let's just jump right in here. In your own words, can you briefly describe the current state of liquidity in DeFi and what some issues are? Denko, let's start with you.
Sure. So yeah, as you guys know, Reef is all about liquidity aggregation, and we have a pretty unique approach when it comes to solving this problem. So what happens currently, as we can see, the rise of the, I think you're muted, Daniel. We can see the rise of the wrapped assets, and then you have basically multiple instances of the same asset, which is wrapped assets everywhere, and this creates silos in liquidity because people that are not that tech savvy. I have a few friends who, whenever something new comes out, I give them, like examples of how can they try and do something, but it's basically impossible for them because they don't understand what it means wrapped assets and what it means multiple instances from the same wrapped asset. And on top of that, you have multiple ecosystems. We all know that Ethereum is currently king of liquidity because everything is happening over there. But as we've seen, due to the gas fees and everything, there's so many people that are locked out; they cannot participate, and that's where we see the rise of Binance Smart Chain, which is obviously way less expensive. And then we have the bridge that more and more people are utilizing. Our community loves BSC. So what happens is our goal is to make liquidity as flexible as we possibly can. But we cannot just say that we will bring liquidity onto the Reef chain and just hope that it happens. So we're we believe that the best approach is to add certain incentive layers where people can shift liquidity back and forth, and this is what we're working on right now.
Gotcha. I think we lost one here. Can you?
Yeah, he's having issues with his audio. I'm re-inviting him. I think he wasn't in Chrome, which is the only browser that Crowdcast really functions in.
Gotcha. Kenny, you want to take a stab at it?
Yeah, sure. So I'm like simultaneously reading the comments section right now, and everyone seems to be commenting on my forced smile. I didn't realize it was forced, but maybe I'm a little nervous. But anyways, Danko, it's great to meet you in person. I know we've been talking a lot on Telegram, so it's good to put a face to the name. And yeah, I think he left again, but I think one of the questions that you asked then about, you know, what are some of the issues that we see in DeFi today, and at the risk of, like, you know, tooting our own horn, I think one of the biggest issues is privacy, and it's something that everyone is facing, but not many people really talk about it. And so if you think about, like, looking out to blockchain, not right now in the state of DeFi now, but 3 to 5 years from now, right? Companies are already starting to dabble in adding Bitcoin to their balance sheets, right? Like, I mean, Tesla is the poster child of that. And so it's an emerging trend, and we see a lot of Chinese companies starting to do this as well. And what we also know is that the yields in DeFi right now are just like, it's just so much more attractive than anything that you can find in traditional finance. And so it wouldn't be surprising to start seeing companies move towards shifting some of their assets into the DeFi space to capture those yields, right? And then transacting, it's supposed to be cheaper, and it will be faster. And so I think what we're going to see is a rise in the transaction side as well. But all of this is not scalable without a privacy layer. Because if you think about it, like, you know, we all have bank accounts, right? And so how do I view your money in your bank account right now? I can't. You have to log into your bank account. You have to type in your username and password. You have to prove that you are you in order to just view your assets. But that's not the same with blockchain, right? As soon as I know your wallet address, I see all of your assets. I see all of your trades. I know exactly what you're doing. How does this scale from an enterprise use case? How do you bring in companies who want to maintain trade secrets, which definitely affect their strategies, without that layer of privacy? And so, you know, the state of liquidity and privacy definitely is growing, but in order to truly scale that, we do think that there needs to be that privacy layer. That's
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So how does Daniel, can you hear us yet or no?
I can now hear you. Yeah, I changed the browser, everything works.
Okay, perfect. So do you want to answer that question? So in your own words, can you briefly describe the current state of liquidity in DeFi and what some of the issues are?
I mean, I didn't hear the other answers, so I don't know what you guys said before, but I guess the whole trust in DeFi is based on the liquidity available. In our case, with Polka Starter, we see so many projects launching where they're still at the very beginning of their journey. And if the trust is not there with the team, with the development, then people will have to make very uneducated decisions if they will invest in these projects. So yeah, the whole way how to do the trust in the blockchain without having these intermediaries is kind of the biggest obstacle right now, and that's where we are trying to kind of bring a little bit stability in.
Gotcha. Seems like now we lost Danko.
Am I next?
We'll keep going here. So Kenny, let's move over to you. How does interoperability fit into the equation? Like, how is interoperability a problem in crypto and in DeFi right now?
Yeah, it's a huge problem. And I guess from my perspective, I think of it in two ways. One is just the growth of the ecosystem, and two is like what that means for, you know, man to network. One, the growth of the ecosystem right now, right? Like we see the trend is to build smart contract decentralized applications. And there's definitely a lot of use cases there. But what that doesn't give you is the freedom of architectural design choices. And what you end up having is something like, Ethereum, which is, not a knock against Ethereum at all, but you have one blockchain that's trying to support an entire ecosystem of applications, right? And in 2017, or maybe it was 2018, we saw this with CryptoKitties, right? The first really hyped up blockchain decentralized application that suddenly everyone started using, and you wake up one day and you try to send some Ethereum, and for some reason it's like $60 in gas fees, right? And we're seeing that emerging today as well. And this is with the DeFi trend, and I guess NFTs also. But the problem here is that, right, without having that architectural design freedom of creating your own consensus protocol, creating your own sort of decentralized layer, and spreading and distributing your compute load through that, then you're essentially confining yourself to the compute power of the underlying platform, which currently, in some cases, it's not very scalable. And so having that interoperability is very important because it allows these projects to now not have so much dependency on the underlying architecture. They can create their own architecture and still be able to cooperate with others. And that's very important. And then specifically with our use case, right, we're building out a decentralized exchange as one of our first products. And so definitely the interoperability of the tokens are extremely important to us.
Gotcha. Daniel, you want to elaborate on that a little bit?
I mean, my answer would have been very similar. We are trying to build a fundraising platform which is interoperable, where people can raise in all kinds of coins, not just Ethereum, but in DOT, in BSC, BTC, and so on. So at the moment, there is not this trustless bridge. I think something we will come on to. So moving coins between different networks is very difficult right now. All the liquidity is on Ethereum right now. It's moving a little bit into Binance Smart Chain, but then you come to the issue of not being decentralized versus centralized. So to have a fully decentralized interoperable environment, I think we are still quite a long time away, but I think we just need to have this vision in our mind and work towards it, and hopefully we can get there.
Yeah, for sure. Denko, is your audio and everything good?
Yes. Can you hear me well?
Perfect. Yes, perfect. I can. So just to repeat the question, did you hear the question initially?
You can repeat, yeah.
Just talking about interoperability. How is interoperability a problem in crypto and DeFi right now?
Yeah, so basically, to understand, our point of view regarding interoperability, I would like to just briefly start from how we see the innovation in this space. So as we see the innovation in cycles, pretty much. First the leader was Bitcoin, a completely new technology. Everyone started learning how it works. Everyone tried to understand as deep as possible. And then we saw the limitations, and then we saw the innovation stopped somewhere. People came with extremely innovative solutions such as the Lightning Network, but unfortunately, as we've seen, the adoption has not been that good. What happens next comes Ethereum. Ethereum comes with a completely new way of doing dApps, deploying smart contracts, proof of work, etc. So what happens right now, as we've seen, and we all know that the crypto landscape is moving extremely fast. We've all heard the words where people are like, 2 weeks in the crypto landscape or a year and a half in the real world. But what happens when it comes to the innovation? At some point, this stops. The space is still moving, but we cannot innovate as much because of those limitations. And when it comes to Ethereum, if you see the actors, you have proof of work, you have these miners, which are technically, controlling the network, and then you have on the other side projects which are innovating. They brought DeFi, they invented DeFi, projects such as Maker and Aave, etc. But now they're being hurt by certain limitations, so they cannot expand. Their users are being hurt. They can, a lot of users cannot participate in their protocols. So that's why we've came up with the Reef chain, which is not trying to be something that did not exist before, but trying to basically be the next generation, platform where people are already used to something such as Ethereum, but we would like to fix certain things that Ethereum has. But on top of that, we cannot expect that projects will just come on our chain. We need to have some incentive layers. We have to have the interoperability layers, the bridges in place, etc., so that people can bring stuff. And basically, to simplify your answer, we see, when we talk about composability, we will see platform composability. You have Bitcoin at one side, which is the main, settlement layer, and now people wrap Bitcoin. So my friends, they think that Bitcoin is on Ethereum now, the newcomers, and now 2 years down the road, Ethereum will be just like Bitcoin right now. There will be multiple projects, and everything is somehow still connected in the background. Those layers, this infrastructure, those technical complexities, people eventually will stop listening about that. Just like we're now not talking about, the operating system. We are now talking on Google Chrome. There is 50 layers in between the bare metal and Google Chrome, and we just talk about the upper level layer. So that's what we mean. There will be multiple layers, and every layer will bring another.
There, a lot of progression. So in the future, do you envision all DeFi platforms compatible with each other? For example, using ETH on a DEX on Binance Smart Chain somehow, or how could this or something like it be achieved across the whole DeFi niche? Daniel, you want to go first on that?
I'm probably not the right expert to answer this question, but I think, as you can see, at the moment, Binance Smart Chain and Ethereum, they could complement each other, but they are kind of targeting the same users and trying to compete with each other instead of working with each other. I think we will see more and more networks which are specializing in certain areas to become kind of the go-to place for these kind of apps to build on. And hopefully then we see a large ecosystem which works together, where apps for certain functionalities will be on certain networks and then work together with these different networks to create a large blockchain ecosystem. But I guess that's the whole idea of Polkadot, that each parachain has their own kind of functionality, and then you have this cross-chain technology where they can work seamlessly together and have this security layer around it.
Awesome. Kenny? I know you're kind of preoccupied with the chat over there.
Sorry, people, I'm getting a little self-conscious about my smile. But yeah, I think I understand the nature of competition, right? Especially because we are in this transition state from the centralized sort of mentality and thinking into more of a decentralized ecosystem. But I do like to really think 3, 5, 10 years ahead. And what does the ecosystem look like there, right? Right now, if you think of it from a zero-sum game perspective, it's a game of getting as much liquidity as possible into your project, and so everyone can trade and have a great experience. But what's the advantage of having so much liquidity? It's everyone has their own pockets of liquidity, but you can't interoperate the liquidity in such an easy manner. Although there are projects coming out that are starting to create that interoperability layer for that. But once liquidity becomes ubiquitous, then the ability to jump from one exchange to another for some type of features that you're looking for is going to enhance user experience. And I think at the end of the day, throughout decentralization, building on this next generation of financial instruments, right? I think one of the focuses that is different between DeFi and traditional finance is that, users shouldn't have to be so, I guess, brand focused, brand aware, right? Users should have that freedom of choice. And that's exactly what we're building out for the ecosystem. And I think that's why the interoperability is so important. And with that underlying ubiquitous layer of liquidity, it makes it even easier for the user. So yeah, I think the interoperability is not only important, it's a critical piece for the future of where we're headed in DeFi.
For sure. Denko?
Yeah, so basically to extend on what I previously mentioned, right now and that's extremely good, we're trying different things, like different projects are coming up with different ideas how to solve these problems. And this is a natural step, basically, of how everything in tech evolved. Like, even if we start from like 20 years ago, like you have like 10 projects trying different things out. And then, as they progress, some of their ideas don't work, or some of their ideas get merged, or completely new ideas get, out there. So basically, no matter what we do, the nature of the innovation that's happening in tech generally will eventually get to a point where those problems will be fixed. And when those problems are fixed, then people stop talking about it because it's taken for granted. Like, you can open any website on any browser. So nobody says, "Oh, you can't open that website in Chrome," or etc. So eventually, that's what's happening here. More layers will come, layers of abstraction, and those issues such as interoperability and liquidity siloing, one way or the other, will get resolved.
Awesome. So Kenny, this next one, let's start with you. Do you think trustless bridges will ever be practical? And do you want to just give a little brief, user-friendly explanation of trustless bridges for maybe some new people, and then go into the question?
Yeah, sure. So for what it's worth, right, like my, I guess, understanding and explanation of trustless bridges, being a caveat that we are not a trustless bridge, is essentially a way for you to be able to communicate, collect, send, receive information from other chains, including for interoperability reasons. So what this essentially means is that, I guess analogously, you have a village here, and this village has its own economy and it has its own currency called like Village One currency. And then you have another economy over here, which is another village that's like across the river, and you don't interact with each other in any way, and you have a different type of currency, Village Two currency. So how can Village One currency and Village Two currency work together to combine forces and create an even bigger economy, right? They have to communicate with each other, but they don't know how, because they have a different language, they have a different currency, right? They have different values. And so there has to be some way to figure out how they can work together to build something bigger. And that some way is the trustless bridge. And trustless implying that there doesn't have to be a third party. There doesn't have to be someone in the middle that you have to trust, right? There can be some algorithmic approach to proving the trustworthiness of both sides. If that makes any sense, and anyone feel free to chime in. But that's just a very colloquial analogy that I can give.
Yeah, that was great.
Cool.
So do you think trustless bridges will ever be like practical and like, I don't know, normalized, I guess? Is that the right word?
I guess. I mean, and honestly, this is coming from a very biased perspective, because again, we're building out a decentralized exchange. So we like, our project depends on the prosperity of a trustless bridge, right? Because like, Danko had mentioned it, the liquidity, the variety, the DeFi space is dominated by Ethereum right now. And, we don't see that going away. I don't think anyone here sees that going away. But how do we, as layer one blockchains, also participate in that? How do we bring that, our services, our features, Manta's privacy, to Ethereum tokens? We do need that trustless bridge layer. And it starts making a lot more sense when you think about interoperability, when you think about the future of the blockchain ecosystem, and eliminating all this competition and really trying to figure out the best for the community. And so, trustless bridges are a critical piece to that. So, do I see a future with trustless bridges practically? Yes, because I see a future with, DeFi at a very interoperable level. And if DeFi does get to that space, then trustless bridges will be there. That's my opinion.
Gotcha. Denko?
Yeah, so my opinion on this is, when we discuss interoperability, I think, the transfer of state from one chain to the other is the question in hand here. And the issue is the state. You have different like types of state. Like you have some coins that have like some supply that's elastic, etc. So you have multiple issues, and it's hard to solve this problem in a generic way. So what I believe will happen is, as new platforms like get more and more adoption, the bridges between them will be unique. So you cannot just create a trustless bridge and you expect that one size fits all, and then we will just deploy it, and then every platform will be interoperable. Basically, depending, and as we've seen, general purpose blockchains are quite hard to achieve all the things that we need for. Obviously, you have chains which require a lot of transactions per second. You have chains that require cron jobs, etc. So what happens here is, again, just like in the traditional tech world and the history, you have protocols for exchanging data. You have protocols that are specific for the use case. So how I see trustless bridges in the future, I see them being very tailored, like for inter-platform like communication, and something such as XCMP is very promising. But this will be probably just the networking layer. There will be a lot of people that are building like layers on top of XCMP, which is so far one of the most promising way to interoperate. So that's my opinion.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of different components to consider. Daniel, do you have anything to add?
Not much to add. I mean, the whole blockchain ecosystem at the moment is not fully decentralized. You can always find little parts which are under control of certain actors. So I think you have these trustless bridges as a way to look at in the future where you want to go. Same as with the blockchain ecosystem, same as everything. We are still at the very, very early stages where we are trying to figure out many things. But yeah, like I said, this vision is in place. I think for many people, it's very hard to understand this vision, that there's no actor who has any control over any part of these interactions between various chains, various users, that it's all permissionless, trustless, and it's a big vision, but that's what we are here for, and yeah, we just have to believe in it, that it's possible.
So one of the big topics in crypto in general is decentralization. Are all of the blockchains running DeFi solutions equally decentralized? Denko?
Right now, definitely not. You have, and at the end of the day, what I believe personally is that DeFi on its own has a huge potential for our planet. And what happens is, in order to push DeFi to mass adoption, it's completely fine if we sacrifice certain things, as in Binance Smart Chain, not fully decentralized. So what? It doesn't matter, as long as the innovation can go. Eventually, as better solutions come up, those solutions will be adopted. So the fact that currently not everything is fully decentralized, including the bridges, it's completely fine, because it doesn't matter. Like for the users, what matters is that we have to improve the usability. We have to improve the UI, the UX, the way to get into DeFi. We have to improve the resources for people to learn what this is about, and eventually those problems will not even matter. That's my opinion. I think if you take a look at the crypto landscape from 5 years ago, you can see that certain priorities changed. People are the first is fully decentralized, no one can control it, etc. Now people are yes, it's fine if someone competent controls it, as long as they have our back, and there is certain governance in place. So it's not fully centralized. It's fine. So sacrificing some portion of decentralization for the sake of mass adoption, it's completely fine in my opinion.
Awesome. Daniel?
I mean, The answer is, I guess, very clear that the decentralization is very different on different networks right now. I mean, we struggled to make the decision to deploy on Binance Smart Chain, but we decided just a few weeks ago that we have to follow where the liquidity is and deploy on Binance Smart Chain. But I think it just goes to say what I said previously. There is a journey. The innovation will take place slowly, but as long as you have a vision in place, we just, I don't know. I just repeat myself, so it's not much to say to this answer.
No worries. Kenny?
Yeah, I think Danko made really good points. And so, I think just to add a little bit more on exactly what decentralization is, because, we all recognize the importance of it. I think, when people say decentralization, they think of it in a binary manner, right? Like it's either 0 or 1. It's either true or false. You're either centralized or you're not, or you're decentralized. But I think, to challenge the community, right? Like I think you should be thinking about decentralization as a spectrum, right? And it's not just clearly black and white. There are aspects to every project, especially as we're building out. There are components that are centralized. There are components that are decentralized. And the definition of both really depends on the person's perspective. So for example, right, like if you say Bitcoin is decentralized, what does that mean? It means that there are miners all over the world who are mining Bitcoin on their proof of work consensus. But does it truly mean that they're, decentralized? Because probably, I mean, I don't know the exact metrics, but I'm sure that 95% of the mining power is in the palms of 5% of the miners, right? So like, how truly decentralized is it, right? At the end of the day, it's very subjective. And as you're seeing emerging projects like us and others as well, right? Like we're a small and growing team. We're hiring, by the way, just a plug. The thing is that, our development ecosystem is small. So like how decentralized are we? Yeah, geographically we're decentralized, but like, we're only a certain amount of people. So how truly decentralized is that? So I would say that, like, definitely think about decentralization as a spectrum, and definitely as a goal that we want to achieve. And so being able to, traverse that spectrum helps us keep in mind that, it's not black and white, and we aren't just either or, but we can be both, moving towards a common goal of decentralization.
Excellent. I think we're pretty much out of time here. Thank you so much, panelists, for your time and conversation. Thanks so much, everyone, for watching the panel today. Coming up next, fireside chat with Equilibrium CEO and founder Alex Melkoff and Dragonfly Capital partner Kevin Hu. They'll be talking about how to solve DeFi liquidity fragmentation.
Thank you very much, sir, for your excellent moderation skills.
Thank you.
I'll pull Alex and Kevin on now. All right.
Okay.
Alex, well, I'm having a little here Thank you for hosting today.
Hi, how are you?
Doing well. Kevin should be on momentarily.
Awesome.
There we go. Take it away, gentlemen.
Awesome. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Polka DeFiance event. Thank you so much for joining us. And I want actually to take a little advantage of being on the organization side. And let me firstly thank all our partners who helped very much to put this together, specifically Cointelegraph and the Polka DeFi Alliance. Special thanks to my teammates, Emily, guys on the marketing team, also all speakers, panelists. Special thanks to Peter Maurik, who is moderating today's event, and thanks to you guys for joining us today and watching this broadcast. So maybe here's the right point for me to introduce myself, give you a bit color on my background. So I'm Alex. I'm engineer in applied mathematics, and I'm the founder and CEO with the Equilibrium team. So at Equilibrium, we're building the first interoperable conglomerate of various DeFi products, and it's actually comprised of the comprehensive lending platform, and the sort of professional grade decentralized exchange, everything cross-chain, and delivers the functionality of I believe all DeFi primitives we have currently on the market, whatever you can imagine. And actually we're the part of Substrate's Builders Program by Parity Technologies. We are the recipients of 2 grants by Web3 Foundation. The second grant that we got recently is actually supporting our development of the Substrate-based version of the Curve protocol, which is super excited. And yeah, so we recently also announced the collaboration with the Curve team. They are supervising this development, and expectedly they will be running this technology on top of our parachain. So without further ado, let me give it out to Kevin. Kevin, why don't you introduce yourself?
Hey guys, it's a pleasure to be here. And and thank you for hosting me out. So very quickly, I'm a partner at Dragonfly Capital. We're a global first VC based out of SF in Beijing. I think we're really known to be entrepreneur-centric and hands-on.
Hey Kevin, sorry, there's a massive echo from your feed. I'm also getting an echo too.
So probably have 2 tabs with Crowdcast open in the browser. Double check, please. Okay, we lost Kevin for a sec.
Better now. Still echo.
Kevin, can you hear us? Hello.
Still echo.
Can you guys hear me?
Better. Yep.
Okay, cool. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, does this work?
Yeah, this works.
Still hearing the echo. Jesus.
Yeah, apparently you have two tabs with the Crowdcast open in the browser. Double check. Okay. So I believe technical issues, it's actually out of our control here.
Sorry guys, technical difficulties.
No worries. You fine now?
Alec, you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you well.
I can't hear you though. This is I'll be right back.
Okay, sounds good.
Are you not hearing his echo?
No, actually, I'm not hearing his echo.
You're not echoing, but everyone else is echoing. I can hear my own echo.
Okay.
Alex, maybe you also reload your browser.
Yeah, sure, I can do that. Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me well?
Yep.
Okay, is all good? Is it all good?
I am hearing echo from myself.
Is this a little better?
Yeah, we're all getting feedback here. Do you have this studio sound on? Hold on. I think your sound is. Try now. Alex.
Yeah,
Can you hear?
hello.
Can you hear?
Yeah. Yes, I can.
Kevin, say something. Kevin, you there? Kevin, can you hear us? Apologies for the technical difficulties, everyone. We will sort them out momentarily. Kevin, are you on?
You guys hear me?
Yes. No echo. Alex, go.
Can you hear me well? Can you hear me?
We've solved the problem.
Awesome.
Now we have to wait for Kevin to reconnect, and we're good. Back at it.
Okay, cool. Where should we start? Hello.
Alex, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Cool. Can you hear me? 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2. Hey guys.
Kevin, can you hear? Kevin, you there?
I'm not sure. I don't know. Can you hear me, by the way?
I can hear you fine, Alex. I think now Kevin's got the issue.
I can't hear anything.
You can't hear anything? Are you in Chrome?
Let the group go first,
Yeah.
and then we can figure this out and then go afterwards.
Okay. No worries. It happens sometimes.
Kevin, did you reboot your browser and are using Chrome? He can't hear us at all.
Yeah, he mentioned me in the chat that he was using Chrome, so I believe that it's all good.
One moment. See if he comes back on here. Looks like he's rebooting.
Okay.
For everyone in the chat saying use Brave, Chrome is the only browser that Crowdcast is optimized for. There we go. Inviting Kevin back on.
Awesome. Yeah, Brave might be a solution, like encrypted broadcasting.
Can you hear us now, Kevin?
Hey, can you guys hear me at all?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
I can't hear anything. This is so messed up. I'm sorry, guys. I think do you guys want to bring the next set of speaker on, and then we can.
We don't have all the speakers in the room yet, so we don't want to.
Once we figure out this issue.
Okay. Maybe Kevin can reconnect without his headphones or something like that.
Fuck.
Maybe wear off your headphones, Kevin.
Yeah. Let's see here.
Hold on.
Alex, if you want to just dive in a bit into the latest greatest with Equilibrium while we figure out how to get Kevin back on, I think we can sort of fill the air.
Yeah, absolutely. Sure. I would love to share some updates on our latest achievements. Like I already mentioned our recent collaboration with the Curve team. Maybe also some details in our development roadmap. So you probably know, guys, that we have launched both the main nets and the test nets. And on the test nets, you can try out our core business logics, which is up and running there. And maybe what's the most exciting here, that's recently we have launched the Ethereum bridge, which is currently bridging the testnets of Ethereum, Rinkibai, and our testnets, and it's actually running pretty smoothly. You also can try it out and get hands-on on our website and our sort of testnet version of our products. By that, I actually wanted to emphasize that we are getting ready for the production stage, and actually, like, the overall system design was actually outlined like that. So we basically wanted to build the system which can be launched as a standalone substrate. And from our standpoint, it's crucially important for us to have the product line that we're building bridged with Ethereum first as the biggest DeFi ecosystem so far. So maybe just besides our achievements and what we have built and so on and so forth, I also highlight some aspects. We definitely wanted to cover that on our fireside chats with Kevin, like highlight some specifics behind Equilibrium and how exactly, like which advantages Equilibrium brings on the table. So first of all, like maybe like just broad strokes explain what exactly Equilibrium is. I already mentioned that is the first conglomerate of DeFi products. To dig like on the level deeper what exactly that means, I wanted to say that, like, okay, so it's basically the technology which is uniting all sustained DeFi use cases, including pooled lending, decentralized stablecoins, synthetic assets, also margin trading, and we are planning to launch the futures markets as well. So it might sound like we have a lot of things on our plate to develop. However, the cool thing here that all these sort of products that I mentioned are strengths on the core technology, on the core system components, which are underpinning all these products. And what's maybe the most exciting, that we are not replicating any of existing DeFi concepts from Ethereum, because we are bringing a lot of innovation in this space. Oh, Kevin is here. So I was telling some more details on our product line and products. So yeah, Kevin, are you back with us?
Yes, I had to get on my phone, so I'm terribly sorry.
Yes.
We're back.
Right.
Sorry for everybody. I'm not sure what's happening, but I can do this on my phone.
No worries, mate. It's awesome to have you back. We actually interrupted on your intro, so probably you go for that once again.
Yeah, sure. Anyways, so I'm a partner. I'm a general partner at Dragonfly Capital. We're a global first VC based out of SF in Beijing. I think we're known to be very entrepreneur-centric and hands-on investors, and we're lucky to have met and worked with some of the great founders that are very early into DeFi and centralized finance. We were in the Series A of Compound. Very early on to Maker, helps guys like 1inch, Bybit, and OKX starts. And we're excited about the Polkadot ecosystem. We've not traditionally done a ton here, but I'm excited to learn and to do this with everyone. That's it. And I guess I'll kick off the problem, Alex, so we can have a proper discussion.
Yeah, sure. Go for that.
Yeah, so I think we're talking about problem of fragmentation from a liquidity and user perspective on DeFi, And I think the root of this problem really exists because of a beautiful property of DeFi and crypto and everything we're building here. Here everything exists on a permissionless and open network. So today, anyone can innovate on finance, launch a product, and reach a global audience with almost no fixed cost. And also, as a result of the above, plus the fact that everything in this space is pretty much open sourced, you've had a Cambrian explosion of protocols. So today, we have different layer ones like Polkadot, ETH. There's going to be different layer twos on ETH, by the way, some of which are not going to be interoperable. We're going to have many categories of protocols like, centralized exchanges, lending protocols, synthetic assets, and these are just to start. And many protocols under each category. So, whether it's on ETH, it's on Polkadot. So I think, as a result, if you were to look at the space holistically, most users, probably suffer from or have like a choice paralysis, right? And then the protocol themselves don't have the ideal liquidity to serve all the users well, because there's tens of protocols doing almost the same thing. And so while all this innovation and there's tons of great stuff happening, I think we just need to channel the innovation better, make it more friendly to users in order to achieve mass adoption. And that brings us to you, Alex. How do you think we go about solving this problem of fragmentation?
Yeah, so look, definitely the problem you brought up definitely exists, and I think that it has actually two coin sides. So the first is the financial side of things. I already mentioned the fragmentation of liquidity. However, I think that the second coin side of that is the sort of technical side of things, right? And maybe here's the right point to tell the story behind our path to the Polkadot development in our Equilibrium team. So maybe some of you guys who are familiar with our sort of backgrounds, that we were building on multiple protocols. We started off the development in 2017 with building on Ethereum. Then we shifted to EOS and built the decentralized stablecoin there called USDT, which is the most liquid stablecoin to the date on EOS, by the way. But at some point, we're thinking of further sort of product development and product evolution. And we thought like, okay, so what if it will come to building something on the new sort of blockchain platform? What if we decide to build per se, I don't know, on Tezos, for example? Does it mean that we need to roll out all the business logics once again, like build it from scratch on whatever, per se, Michelson technology or something like that? And definitely that is like, embracing more blockchain platforms in this way actually brings up a bunch of development efforts, and actually it's doubling the development efforts you need to put into that. So from this standpoint, we actually came to the idea that it will be awesome to roll out the core technology on the decent platform, which delivers the cross-chain interoperability out of the box. And eventually we can connect all the necessary sort of blockchain universes with our core technology via bridges or via some, connections. And definitely the Polkadot technology is, I believe, the most advanced solution here. So that's actually how we came to the idea of building, the technological side of things, technical side of things, implementing everything on Polkadot, but simultaneously definitely solves the financial fragmentation, the fragmentation of liquidity that you, Kevin, mentioned. Yeah, so this is how I envisioned that, and yeah.
Cool. I think it definitely makes sense on, from a technical and layer one perspective, but there's also thinking about it from a product and a business model perspective, right? So I think, at a high level, if I were to just look at the space today, how what are people doing to solve liquidity problems? And to me, it's really, you have two approaches here. One is being an aggregator. Another one's kind of being a platform / you're like a mix between a platform and a conglomerate. And, I think, I guess if I was to name two protocols that do these things well, right? It's
if I think about an aggregator or like a platform, actually like a platform or a conglomerate, you kind of think about Yearn, right? And its ecosystem partners. You can do like yield aggregation. There's a DEX on there, insurance, and a ton of other things. And really, there, I think the name of the game is trying to achieve, maximum capital efficiency across all the functionalities and bring everything under one roof. And then on the other side, you have things like OneInch, which they just aggregate the best prices and give you the best liquidity. They're not necessarily, they don't have control over the different exchanges, but obviously they're able to make everything, aggregate everything to give the best result to the users. So I guess, like, that being said, like, what do you think about the two approaches from kind of a product or business side, and how do you think about tackling these issues?
Yeah, so look, I think that both approaches make sense, and in different industries, actually, this approach have certain applications. So, for instance, the approach of aggregation with regards to services or whatever is very much relevant, for example, to travel industry, right? Because we have all these travel aggregators like Booking.com, whatever, and definitely it doesn't make sense for a single standalone whatever hotel to launch its own booking system, right? When it comes to the blockchain industry, we also have a good examples here. Like, for instance, you already mentioned OneInch. I should also give a shout out to our colleagues from Reef because they're also solving this problem of liquidity fragmentation via aggregating liquidity from various platforms. However, we actually, when we were thinking of building Equilibrium, we had the model of sort of conglomerates in mind, because we see the clear tendency here. For example, let's take MakerDAO, right? So they kicked off with the development of decentralized stablecoin, but eventually they ended up with building Oasis Exchange, and Oasis Exchange actually became quite quickly, by the way, one of the most liquid decentralized exchanges on Ethereum. Right, and from our standpoint, this approach has more fundamental reasons rather than building sort of aggregation of liquidity. Because when you're building aggregator, you're usually relying on some third-party technologies, but when you're building how to say, conglomerates of different products built on one technology, you can think of that how you can build that from scratch, right? And you can basically draw out some elegant architecture, we did that at Equilibrium. In our case, basically all these products, they're leveraging each other, first of all, and secondly, they're obviously complementing each other, because and actually that's relevant to almost any sort of product based on this sort of conglomerate approach, right? And we think that's that creates sort of some natural balance between liquidity pools, because, for instance, lending platform is obviously something that will drive liquidity on the platform overall, while the decentralized exchange, which we are building, which will be heavily leveraging these lending platforms and lending products that we have in our platform, and actually from the practical perspective per se, the next step for us, since we have already implemented almost all the business logics on the side of the lending platform, the next step for us is building the spot market for our decentralized exchange. And that definitely will deliver the margin trading functionality out of the box, because it will be leveraging the functionality of lending platform right away. So this is kind of exciting. And definitely, from my standpoint, this is kind of stringing all these products on the sort of core technology. And in the long-term perspective, definitely it will bring a lot of advantages both to our users and to the ecosystem overall.
Yeah, I think those are some valid points. And if I was to summarize, or I guess at a higher level, it's really being able to package everything in a really great UI, and potentially provide better capital efficiency, and and eventually ending up with a better product for users, right? And one thing I thought that was kind of interesting listening to you was that if you have this conglomerate or platform approach, maybe there's a world where you can really get kind of a vortex of liquidity, like a black hole, because if you're a user, maybe there's no impetus now to leave to another platform to do different functionality, right? So because all the needs are served either by your partners, or you built them in-house, that probably results in more TVL. And because the way DeFi is engineered today, where TVL actually leads to less slippage rates and etc. Maybe that leads to more users, right? And you have this cycle going. So I think that could be one of the we haven't seen this yet in DeFi, but maybe one of the surprising results of of you taking this approach. So I guess the jury's out. What do you kind of think of?
I totally agree with I totally agree with you. And actually the fact that we have, for example, this curve implementation, which will be eventually up and running on our parachain, it's also like complementing what we are building, like creating more sort of traction, will drive liquidity on our parachain, and eventually facilitate user acquisition. Simultaneously, like we'll have more liquidity in our liquidity pools, and overall, like it's all about the open market, which is uniting around one core technology. So we are actually at Equilibrium, we're taking the inspiration from the inefficiency of the current market. So you probably heard of the use case one when actually you can, for instance, if you want to trade the huge amounts of per se Ethereum for Bitcoin, you basically can eliminate slippage on these trades via swapping your Ethereum to as ETH on Curve, and then basically put it on Synthetics platform, and then swap it into SBTC and swap SBTC back, for instance, to WBTC. So for now, it represents a quite poor or say painful user experience, and actually that's something that we're solving at Equilibrium by uniting that's everything under one umbrella. Yeah, seems like we're running out of time, right?
Yeah, let you guys run through a little bit here. We're going to start the next session in about a minute for the technical difficulties. Really appreciate the insight, Alex and Kevin. Thank you for speaking here today.
Thanks very much. Thanks for having us here. Bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you guys. Apologies for the technical difficulties.
Well, this is the virtual world we live in, so I think everyone understands and has dealt with them all themselves from time to time. So thank you for pushing through it. Professional work.
Thanks.
All right, so now the next panel is going to be about big projects arriving on Polkadot, and I happen to be the moderator of that. I'm going to invite on the other panelists, starting with Mirza from Injective, who is taking Eric Chen, who is the CEO of Injective's place on the agenda. Eric couldn't join us here today at the last minute. Now I'm going to bring on Brandon from Ampleforth. And Johan from Chainlink. Who is not live quite yet. Let's see. Welcome, Brandon. How's it going?
Pretty good. Happy to be here.
Happy to have you. Mirza is joining, and we're just looking for Johan, who should be joining momentarily. Hello, Mirza. Is that how you pronounce your name properly? Yeah. Fantastic. I hate mispronouncing people's names because people mispronounce my last name all the time.
I know, it's fine.
All right, just giving Johan one more minute to get on board here.
You also hosted our Polkadot AMA like a couple days ago.
I know, I've been busy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a busy couple weeks here. Let's see here, Johan. A lot of friendly, familiar faces.
Yeah. We've also spoken before about Ampleforth. I don't know if you remember, like a few months ago.
Yeah. It's like 2 years ago at this point already, but yeah.
No, sorry, I meant Brandon.
Probably. Yeah, we've been around the space for a good while now, so we've
Well, we're doing
talked to a lot of people.
like a rebasing currency derivative. So we're actually speccing it out internally, but it should be pretty cool.
All right, we got Johan joining. Awesome. I thought you were talking about a conversation we did in fact have, but I think it was over email 2 months ago.
Yeah.
I wasn't lying to myself. Johan, welcome. All right.
Hey guys, how are you? Apologies for the delay, back-to-back calls. Yeah.
No problem. As we were saying a minute ago, the virtual world we all live in now is pretty standardly understood. We had some technical difficulties with the microphone in the last session, and everyone's just used to that nowadays. But welcome, gentlemen, to the big projects arriving to Polkadot panel. Sounds very exciting. I'm really looking forward to hearing more from all of y'all. So first off, I just wanted to go around the horn here so y'all could all give a brief intro on who you are and what your project is working on, specifically regarding Polkadot, but then broadly DeFi and crypto. So because you all, as we were just saying, have been in the space for a while. So like, how'd you get here, and what are you working with Polkadot? Let's start with Brandon.
Sure. Yeah. So my name is Brandon. I'm one of the founders and core devs of the Ampleforth protocol. So Ampleforth is a base money digital currency with an elastic supply. If you haven't encountered the project before. So the way this works is every day the supply of Ample can change up or down depending on demand in the marketplace as reflected by price. So the way we adjust supply is fairly unique in the sense that when new supply is created or destroyed, it goes directly to or from all existing holders on the network simultaneously proportional to what they hold. So what that means is that Ample is a fairly unique new asset with a mixture of qualities that we've never really seen together before. So one is it's non-dilutive, the same way that Bitcoin is. So this is a property of a soundness that a lot of people love about some of the early digital currencies and some commodities that brought people into this space to begin with. But also it has an elastic supply that creates a sort of stable unit of account. And this unlocks many new use cases for financial use by providing a unit of account that you can use to safely denominate debt through time and also denominate stable contracts is what we say. So for example, if you were to borrow 1 Bitcoin for a year later, like you don't know if Bitcoin's gonna be worth 10K or 50K, right? So you might be on the hook for 5 times, in the case of the last year, what you thought you would. And so these can lead to defaults and failures in the marketplace. It can lead to further cascading defaults. And so the goal and the vision of Ampleforth is really to create a new primitive that we can build a safer, more resilient financial ecosystem on top. And the reason why we think Polkadot is so interesting for us is when we first started, so we started this project in late 2017 or early 2018, we made at the time fairly controversial decision to not build our own blockchain. Instead, we'd rather exist on top of existing chains and be where users already are, rather than sort of building our own silo. And so, core to the DNA of the project is that Ample is chain agnostic, right? So it can exist on many different chains, many different ecosystems simultaneously. So, monetary assets are defined by 2 qualities: their use value and their scarcity. So as long as Ample shares the same nature of scarcity, meaning it responds to the same monetary supply policy. As long as you can share liquidity by freely transferring ample back and forth, then it's all the same ample. It's all first-class ample. And so because ample can have these characteristics, we really view it as a chain agnostic base asset that can sort of power financial instruments everywhere. And so we think Polkadot is a really interesting ecosystem for us because you're essentially building the sort of internet of different blockchains together. I think it's totally natural for there to be many different layer ones or many different blockchains existing because different applications might choose, different trade-offs in the design space of blockchains. They're not as efficient as, web scale data centers the way, Amazon and Google and Apple use. And so I think it is natural for there to be an equilibrium of different blockchains that people use simultaneously. And so having a sort of chain independent or cross-chain asset, I think it could be really important.
Fantastic. I just unmuted Johan accidentally, but let's go with Mirza and Injective. Introduce yourself, because I think going from Ampleforth to Injective to Chainlink will set us up for a very nice rotation in the panel in terms of like how things sort of are going to work together in this multi-chain future. So Mirza, take it away on Injective.
Yeah, sounds like a plan. So hey everyone, this is Mirza. I head up the BD team at Injective. To put it simply, we're building a decentralized derivatives exchange that allows you to trade any asset of your choice using any price feed. So essentially how we work with Chainlink, let's say, is we utilize their price feeds and anyone using those price feeds can create any derivative market of their choice. This could be crypto native assets, like let's say Polkadot or Ethereum. This could be synthetic assets such as gold or even stocks like Tesla. And anyone can create any form of market. So this could be futures, this could be spot markets, this could be perps. And the reason we started Injective is pretty simple. So we started back in 2018 and we realized that the exchange space is fundamentally broken. So on one hand, you had these sort of titans like Binance and Coinbase that had a lot of restrictions on how you can access the exchange. But they still dominated the volumes just because it was very accessible for novice users. And that's why, because of that sort of monopoly, they were able to charge very high fees in terms of trading. And it ended up really hurting the retail traders. And on the other hand, if you wanted to access, let's say, your favorite new shitcoin or whatever else, you had to use these sort of DEXs that had very poor user interfaces, which have improved to date. Like I would argue, Uniswap has sort of solve the user interface issue to an extent, but then you still get hit by these ridiculous gas fees and these other issues. So for you to even make back your money on a trade, you have to kind of be financially well off already. Like you can't be a small trader, let's say a couple $1,000s, because you'll likely get hurt. So we wanted to create a platform that would be entirely gas free. And that's what we've done. We've created sort of an application specific chain using the Cosmos SDK. To allow for just decentralized derivatives trading. So we're not trying to be like a new layer one or anything. We just believe that we wanted to create like a bespoke chain that can have faster transactions, no gas fees, etc. That's very much meant for trading. And from day one, we realized that Ethereum is here to stay, but it won't be the only chain that dominates. Because even back then, we saw guys like Near and Polkadot starting to build. We saw the future, and now we have a lot of very promising layer ones like Solana and also let's say Avalanche. So we wanted to be able to integrate with them. And I can delve into a little bit about how we work with Polkadot later, but we're essentially fully EVM compatible. So we utilize Moonbeam to integrate with Polkadot. So that allows us to bridge over any asset from Polkadot into Injective. So someone could, let's say, create new products using Polkadot tokens and Ethereum tokens in one basket. So let's say you want to purchase a layer one index, you would purchase that index product and get exposure to, let's say, both Polkadot and Ethereum at the same time without having to hop in and out of different chains.
Yeah.
So
and we'll get into the Moonbeam implementation in a bit. I think that'll be interesting to talk about. Johan, to you, Chainlink, Polkadot, where did you come from? How did you get here?
Awesome. Yeah, first, thank you very much for having me on this panel. It's great, having all of these people here and being able to discuss this stuff. So for me, I had integrations over at Chainlink. The main goal of Chainlink is every DeFi application is made up of an on-chain part and an off-chain part, okay? The on-chain part is the processing we see on the blockchain. It's basically, I put up a trade, I have some settlement, this is the on-chain part. The off-chain part is what happens, like what are the inputs going into these applications to make this settlement happen. For instance, in the case of Injective, if you want to have futures exchange on gold, on silver, well, you need the price of gold. You need the price of silver to be put on the chain, right? For Injective to be aware of it. For Ampleforce, we've had the pleasure to work with Ampleforce for a year now. They need the price of VWAP Ample USD. They need the price of the value of the CPI index, if I'm not mistaken, on a monthly basis. So all of these inputs are extremely important for these DeFi applications to work, right? So the same security that you apply to having a secure smart contract platform or a DeFi, a secure settlement platform, you should apply it to making sure the inputs going into these applications are safe, are decentralized, have many kind of security layers around them, right? So that's our goal at Chainlink. It's building this ecosystem of node operators, of oracles, which can provide safe and sound data to DeFi applications. Now, what we're doing at Polkadot, and the reason I'm quite excited about our collaboration with Polkadot, I got into this space mainly because I think people need options to whatever they do, right? Bitcoin was basically having an option to hold something else than fiat money or gold, and being able to have a new asset, right? I think Ampleforce kind of opens up this also opportunity where people can hold Ample as an asset, as a stable asset which they want to have in their portfolio. Injective is the same, right? People shouldn't have to trade only on sexes. They should be able to have the opportunity to trade on other platforms, which maybe don't have the same kind of regulatory issues or maybe offer more freedom. Polkadot is the same, right? Applications shouldn't have to settle for only one blockchain, which was built as a whole for everyone to fit into it, right? Everyone should have the option to build on whatever they think is the best for them, right? So I think that's why we're quite excited to be going onto Polkadot. We're excited to be getting data across the applications, living on Polkadot. Many opportunities there, in my view. And I think Chainlink oracles will be needed for a DeFi kind of ecosystem to be settled on Polkadot, because all of these applications which need safe blockchains, which feed their applications, will also need oracles and inputs to go into these applications they build, so they can have end-to-end secure product for people to use. So, yeah, that's basically the Chainlink part.
Excellent. Yeah. So Polkadot is really all about connecting the dots, working together to make a better whole. I think almost everyone here also works sort of with Chainlink in their protocol. Is that right?
Yeah.
Maybe talk a little bit about your experience working with Chainlink as a part of this sort of next, I guess, expansion of your ecosystem, and how that maybe looks a little bit different on Polkadot or than it does on your sort of initial native chain. Brandon, start with you.
Sure thing. Yeah. So Johan and I have been talking for a long time now, it seems. So it's great to see you again here. It's been great to work with you all over the last couple years now, I guess. Yeah. So the Oracle and Chainlink's part of that is core to the protocol of Ampleforth, because it relies completely on having this signal of ample price in the marketplace. So working with them has been great because it's helped us solidify, reliable price signals, and the price signal we use is fairly unique. We use a 24-hour volume weighted average price rather than market spot price for just lots of safety and just economic smoothing reasons. Now, the way this interacts with Polkadot for us is maybe a little bit unique in the sense that because of the architecture of Ample specifically, like the monetary policy only exists in one location, and then it communicates to the ERC-20s and various other points. And so we rely on their Ethereum Oracle infrastructure right now very heavily for the core protocol operation itself, for making the determination about how to adjust the supply. And then there are sort of ancillary Chainlink oracles that we use for other purposes. So for example, there is a market spot price oracle from Chainlink that we can use to power other outside applications, for example, borrowing and lending. And so those could exist on the existing base chain of Ethereum, but also the target chains where price data is needed as well.
Very cool. Yeah, just to echo on, I think the experience has been great. We started talking to Chainlink probably more than half a year ago now. And what's unique about Injective is we had a lot of custom logic sets, and whenever we reached out to the Chainlink team, they've been super responsive in terms of getting together and helping us out and really give us sort of like a bespoke experience. I think that's been really the best part, because we tried talking to a bunch of different Oracle providers, but we never got the same level of support. And I think also in terms of ease of use, the plug and play approach that sort of Chainlink has makes it much easier for our developers to integrate it onto our chain, which is EVM compatible. So that component becomes very simple. In terms of price feed, so the reason Chainlink is sort of very integral to the Injective ecosystem is just because the price feeds dictate what happens on dexes, right? So without prices, you can't really have a dex, especially for sophisticated products like creating futures or perps. We need a reliable price feed, and I think Chainlink's sort of shown that, because I forget the number, but I think they currently secured more than like $3 or $4 billion, which speaks like to itself. In terms of how we interact with Polkadot, so right now most of our focus, to be transparent, is on the Ethereum sort of price feed oracles. With Polkadot, I think it would have to bridge together with Moonbeam, just because it would just be very much easier for us to take that approach rather than building new custom logic sets for Polkadot parachain. So that's how we'll be approaching it on the Polkadot.
Interesting. Johan, I'm interested a little bit. I guess it's can't ask you the question, how is Chainlink working with Chainlink, because you're building Chainlink. So on that, what can you tell us about the experience building out Chainlink on Polkadot versus the initial Ethereum implementation? Like Substrate's obviously different than a general purpose smart contract environment. So what have you learned, or what have you seen through this experience, and like what are the challenges or key differences you see as building an infrastructure service on Polkadot versus Ethereum?
Yeah, definitely. Look, the main thing in my view is that with Polkadot, we're building a framework for people to build around, right? Like when we build the palette, we basically build a sandbox for then people to be able to utilize it and easily kind of plug and play, right? I think it's a very modular architecture. I can tell you on the dev side, for our developers, people, like most devs, love Rust, right? So, basically people are fighting over to do the Polkadot implementation because they can use Rust in this.
Good to hear.
Yeah, so look, it's been an amazing experience. It's easy to use. I also have to give some props to the Parity team, which has been amazing to work with. We're working in collaboration with them. We have weekly calls. It's a really smooth process. Like the really motivating thing for me is that once you're done with this palette, we can just plug and play on every substrate chain out there, right? Like it's meant to be an agnostic palette. So basically, once it's done, once it's audited, we'll be putting this on every chain, that's kind of substrate based, and it should work right off the bat, right? And this, I think, is quite an amazing thing. Like whatever environment we go to, we will be able to have this Chainlink palette, and developers will be able to build around it, and they'll be able to connect to Chainlink nodes directly. A lot of the Chainlink node operators are also validators on kind of the relay chain, and they basically have this synergy, which will make it so that when this palette is completed, anyone will be able to easily access Chainlink price feeds and Chainlink oracles and get secure data to their application. For instance, Injective, and in their case with Moonbeam, once they complete their integration, and once the palette is completed also, they'll be able to start getting data from all the Chainlink node operators and get the price of gold, of silver, all of these, and it will be a very plug and play kind of experience, right? Very easy to use. So
yeah. A lot of the plug and play language is nice. So I just want to step back and give the listeners just a little bit of a overview on what Johan was talking about in terms of building this palette. So Substrate is the blockchain building framework developed by Parity Technologies in Rust, every developer's favorite language, to build and launch your own blockchain. These parachains connected to Polkadot can be seen as like like a shard, but it's like owning your own layer 1 blockchain like Ethereum. And this palette that Johan was talking about, this module within Substrate that a developer can utilize, is basically like sort of akin to an opcode in Ethereum, if you're familiar with Ethereum development. But the big issue in Ethereum is that there's one set of opcodes that everyone shares, and it's very, very difficult to get them added or removed or changed. Whereas in Substrate, if you're building a layer 1 parachain, you can plug and play whichever palette module in Substrate you want to use when launching your chain as basically like an opcode to how the chain runs in its runtime, meaning that it's much more gas efficient in a lot of ways and gives you a lot more flexibility in terms of optimizing how the chain actually runs. So when you launch a parachain on Polkadot, you basically click Chainlink module, Chainlink palette in Substrate, integrate it into your chain, and that immediately gives your layer 1 connectivity and security of access to Chainlink oracles. Anything to add there, Johan? I think that's a decent overview.
Yeah.
Like imagine if Chainlink could build an opcode for Ethereum. How cool would that be?
Yes, that's what makes me extremely optimistic, right? It's really a framework for people to start on top of, and that's really our goal. I mean, what we want is to be out of this process as much as possible, and people to just interact with code and get whatever they need directly with the code, right? And that's what this enables in a very modular way. So yeah, that's basically it. I do have to give some good words for Brandon and Mirza, who've been, it's also been a pleasure working with these people and, getting some great stuff done. So yeah, just wanted to fit it in there. And you summarized perfectly the integration.
Awesome. So we have about 10 minutes left here. We'll take 1 or 2 questions from the chat. But I guess before we take those questions from the chat, Brandon and Mirza, I'd love for you to give a little bit of background and insight on your integrations with Akala and Moonbeam, respectively, starting with Brandon, who've been working with the Akala team to implement Ampleforth on their parachain.
For sure, thanks. Yeah, love to give a quick shout out to the Akala team. We've been talking with them for a while now, and I can get a real sense of the energy and drive behind the people working on that project, which is really cool to see and inspirational as well. As another builder in the space. So we're planning to deploy onto the Akala chain within the Polkadot ecosystem within their EVM module right now, because that's how our existing system is sort of architected. But we are planning to have deep integrations into the sort of DeFi infrastructure that they're building, including decentralized exchanges and their Akala USD system as well. And we're really excited that we'll be able to also be included as a first-class fee token, so you'll be able to pay for your transactions using Ampleforth. So yeah, we're really excited to see how that goes. As soon as the sort of surrounding ecosystem gets a little bit more advanced and more developed, then it'll unlock a lot more of the more tangible, visible results of the work that we've been doing. So hopefully that comes really soon. I'm really excited to see that come out into the world, and also just wanted to say hi to the Akala folks out there.
Great, thank you, Mirza. Let's hear about your work with Moonbeam thus far.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so we work with both Akala and Moonbeam. I think they're both very interesting platforms. With Akala, very simply, so on Injective, because you're creating derivative products, you need collateral, and the best collateral is obviously stablecoins. Akala is creating a very special sort of stablecoin for the Polkadot network, which I think would be very cool in terms of collateralizing Polkadot-based derivative. I think that is great on the Akala team, so totally would brand on that. Moonbeam is sort of very essential to our ecosystem, right? So Moonbeam, for those of you who don't know, allows EVM compatibility on Polkadot, so people could use the same sort of logic sets or let's say coding languages that they're familiar with on Ethereum and deploy those smart contracts on Polkadot. And that's really great for us because we're built from day one as an EVM compatible chain. So we won't build specifically for Polkadot, right? So Moonbeam allows us to easily integrate with the Polkadot network while still retaining a lot logic sets that our developers are familiar with. So that allows us to do a lot of interesting stuff, like bridge over Polkadot-based assets and create new derivative products out of, let's say, DOT itself. So the DOT token for different indices or different futures or perps. And we could also bridge over other Polkadot-based assets using Moonbeam. So let's say Akala or any new platform that launches. It seems like every new project that launches these days is on Polkadot or tries to, leverage the Polkadot name in some way. So I think it's interesting. So those assets, I think, have a lot of retail usage, which is obviously the biggest users of mini dexes in terms of the volume sets. So I think that's why Moonbeam is very essential for sort of people who are familiar with Ethereum who want to integrate with Polkadot.
Awesome, thank you. Let me pull up here. We got a couple of questions in the chat that are somewhat aligned with some additional questions that I had. So let me just pull up the chat here. Let me see some interesting when moon questions. Can't answer that. No one knows what that means. So Johan, there's a question here that do you see oracles as an important part of DeFi? I can guess your answer there. Can you think of a similar idea that would further enhance the DeFi space? I think broadly doing to support the growth of DeFi.
Sure. Look, oracles are an essential part of DeFi, just like a platform like Ethereum or Polkadot is an essential part, basically. Smart contracts and applications in general needs both a settlement layer, so a place where the data can be processed and kind of settlements can be solved, as well as inputs to go into these applications to make sure that the settlements can happen in a good way, right? And this is the case for, let's say, Aave, or any applications that you've seen in DeFi, right? They all need data to be able to do, let's say, lending and borrowing. Like, how are you going to do lending if you don't know the price of the asset which you are lending, right? How are you going to be able to allow someone to borrow something if you don't know what the price of the asset is, which is borrowing? You cannot do it, right? You basically need this link between the real world and blockchain to be able to do all of these applications, lending, borrowing, futures, stablecoin. All of this needs data. So DeFi is extremely reliant on secure and safe oracles. And you can see what happens when people start using unsecure and unsafe oracles. Those are the big headlines where people lose millions of dollars because they're using a price feed which was faulty, So yes, secure oracles are definitely essential. In my view, the growth of DeFi was allowed in a big part by being able to use secure and sound oracles, which could provide safe data for these people. Because if today you were going on Aave and they weren't using safe oracles, currently they're using Chainlink, but if they were using something else, and you were, borrowing, let's say you were lending some, I don't know, ETH and borrowing some USD, right? What would happen if the ETH you are putting as collateral was priced $600 instead of, let's say, 1,000 or whatever the price is today, right? And you are borrowing USD, and the protocol was telling you that one USDT equals 5 USD instead of 1 USD, right? What would happen? It wouldn't work. Everything would break. So that's why oracles are important. They're a key part of DeFi, and the way we look to keep supporting the DeFi growth is by keep launching more and more data points, making sure everything is secure, scales with the value at stake. Currently, Chainlink is securing around $25 billion in value in DeFi protocols. We want to keep scaling the security, keep scaling the number of node operators, keep looking for new ways to improve the data delivery and the security around the aggregation of the data. And we're working on some new features such as keepers, which allow to trigger certain transactions based on conditions. Because as you guys know, blockchains are an environment where everything needs to be triggered by something for stuff to happen, right? And currently teams have to run bots. For instance, if I want to auto harvest a pool whenever it hits a certain amount, I will need to have a manual transaction to do it, right? By using Chainlink nodes, you're able to automate everything and decentralize everything as far as triggering transactions on the blockchain. we're keep kind of looking for improvements to build an abstraction layer for developers to be able to implement everything and automate everything through the use of Chainlink Hurricanes. Yeah.
Great. We got a couple more minutes here. When you were giving your introduction, Brandon, you brought up the idea of stable contracts in about 2.5 minutes. Explain what you mean by stable contracts. I saw a question pop up in the feed there, and what Ample's working on there.
Sure, absolutely. So when we say stable contracts, we're using contracts in the more general sense of just what contracts, the word in the English language means, not necessarily smart contracts in the blockchain world. So when we started designing Ample, we really had the entire financial ecosystem in mind, not just DeFi, decentralized finance, but also traditional finance. And we were looking at how different markets have failed before, right? And so this idea of stable contracts really comes into play more and more as you talk about longer and longer time horizons. So, for example, if you wanted to pay your rent or someone's salary on a recurring basis, right? So every month you might want to pay like 100 amples, right? So you have full confidence that those 100 amples is going to be worth roughly $100 in the time of payment, no matter what happens to the overall supply of ample or demand for the network. And at the same time, if you were to say borrow 100 amples for a year, you always know that you're on the hook to pay back exactly 100 amples plus interest. So it means that you have a very predictable amount they'll need to repay in the future, which is not the case for existing floating priced assets. And right now, so much of DeFi is powered by sort of centralized stablecoins, which is kind of a shame because it's sort of against the sort of core ethos of what drove cryptocurrencies and decentralized systems to begin with, right? So much of DeFi is still reliant and dependent on these systems that either have centralized points of failure or are open to failures from lenders of last resort or reliance on lenders of last resort. Right, so Ampleforth provides a decentralized alternative for powering these sort of transactions within the decentralized finance ecosystem. They allow you to safely denominate debt through time and safely denominate, payments and contracts through time.
Love it. Decentralization is key, and I think that's a great point to end on. Is we see a lot of projects that are offering scalable solutions at the sacrifice of decentralization, and I think a lot of projects that are looking towards Polkadot are looking at it, understanding that there's actually quite a nice balance that's been struck between decentralization and scalability and having that platform. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us here today. Hope you have a great rest of your week.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Next up, we have Why Bitcoin Matters for Polkadot, featuring Alexei from Interlay to talk about Polka BTC, the trustless Polkadot Bitcoin bridge. This will be good to hear about following on the earlier conversation with the DeFi teams and Benjamin from Cointelegraph talking about the value and usefulness of having a fully trustless bridge for the DeFi ecosystem. So Alexei will come on and tell you about what he's been working on with Interlay.
Hello. Hi.
Alexei, welcome. Take it away.
Awesome. Let me quickly share my screen and then we're good to go. Right. Does that work?
Looks fantastic.
Excellent. Great. So thanks for having me. I'm Alexei. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Interlay, and I'll be giving a lightning talk about why Bitcoin matters for Polkadot DeFi and how Polka BTC solves this very interesting problem. Polka BTC is essentially the Bitcoin bridge that is built by Interlay, and this project is funded by Web3 Foundation grant. Now, the question, obviously, of this talk is, well, Bitcoin, why should we care about this within the Polkadot ecosystem? Polkadot is great. We have a growing community. And it's definitely going to be one of the big challengers of Ethereum for the big share of the pie of the DeFi market. So why is Bitcoin relevant for this ecosystem, and how does it play a role in its growth? Now, if you look at the market capitalization today, we will see that Bitcoin still dominates the market, with controlling 59% of the total market cap. And if we take a closer look, and this is essentially visualization in the graph below, Bitcoin is still the largest cryptocurrency market. Now, the figure is actually proportionally visualized. Bitcoin currently, as of today, has a market cap of 1.083 trillion US dollars. Ethereum, which is second in place, is quite far behind with $207 billion. And then we have Ethereum's DeFi, which actually has a TVL of 44 billion, and Polkadot currently is at 35 billion. Now, obviously, these are actually all pretty big markets, and Polkadot is definitely going to grow, especially once parachains go live. But now still, imagine if we could unlock even a few percent of Bitcoin's total value in Polkadot, how much this could boost the growth of the entire ecosystem. Imagine we managed to get 1%, 2%, 3%, or even 10 of Bitcoin that moved to Polkadot and are suddenly available as liquidity for DeFi protocols, for DeFi users, for actually investing. And this basically, I think, gives us a first kind of taste in terms of numerical values. Now, if we look at the Bitcoin side and why this is relevant for Bitcoin, we will see that if we ask ourselves the question, how do we earn on Bitcoin today? We'll see that the best way of doing that is essentially buying it and holding it. And at some point in the future, maybe selling or not selling, and essentially assuming and hoping that it will grow in value, which it definitely will, not investment advice. Now, however, if you look at traditional finance, we all know that holding assets and holding shares in companies is very good, but investing and earning passive income is better. And that's, I think, what is very important. And that's why DeFi is so successful. It allows us users and investors to earn passive income on our holdings. So summarizing, Bitcoin needs DeFi to be able to, or for its users to be able to earn passive income on the BTC and not just hold it in cold storage forever. And vice versa, Polkadot needs Bitcoin to bootstrap its liquidity, to expedite growth, and to make sure Polkadot's DeFi becomes the largest DeFi market in the space. And this is where Interlake comes in, and we've made it our mission to make Bitcoin available anywhere. Specifically, what we want to do is allow Bitcoin users to access any DeFi product on any chain directly from their wallet, and the first stop on this long journey is Polka BTC. So what is Polka BTC? Polka BTC is the trustless and decentralized Bitcoin Polkadot bridge that is built using the Xcoin protocol. The Xcoin protocol is an invention of mine that I designed during my PhD at Imperial College, and we then partnered up and decided to build this product as Interlake. Now, what Xclaim does, or specifically Polka BTC does under the hood, allows us to issue and mint one-to-one Bitcoin-backed assets onto Polkadot. Now, I'm sure you're all familiar with the concept of wrapped Bitcoin assets. And the concept of Polka BTC is essentially identical, with a subtle difference that it's fully decentralized and gives you very, very good security guarantees. So when you, as a user, decide to mint Polka BTC, and let's say you have Bitcoin, you will send Bitcoin to a so-called vault. Now, a vault is essentially any other user that has registered with the system and has locked up collateral in dots as an insurance against them stealing your Bitcoin. So essentially, you can be your own vault if you want to, and basically not interact with any other third party when you want to mint Polka BTC. Now, once you've sent the Bitcoin transaction, you've sent Bitcoin to the vault, you submit a proof to our bridge, or essentially your user interface can do that on your behalf. So you actually don't have to do anything. And we'll see that in a moment, how simple this process actually is. And then you get your Polka BTC. And you can use now this one-to-one representation of Bitcoin within the Polkadot ecosystem to trade, swap, invest, and do whatever you like in DeFi. And when you decide to go back, you'll always be able to get your Bitcoin, or if the entire system fails, in the worst case scenario, we'll reimburse you in collateral at a beneficial rate. So in the worst case scenario, actually, you'll make a profit, which is, I guess, a very, very good deal considering the alternatives to centralized exchanges. Now, Polka BDC is trustless and decentralized. And this is also why it is the most secure and resilient bridge in the entire space, even outside of the Polkadot ecosystem. It's trustless because you can always redeem Polka BDC for Bitcoin, or you'll be reimbursed in dotted at the beneficial rates. And it's decentralized because right from the start, there'll be no central authority controlling Polka BDC. It'll be governed by Polkadot. Anyone can become a vault and relayer, and you can run your own vaults. So it's a fully decentralized and open system. And the only trust assumptions you have is that you trust that Bitcoin and Polkadot are secure, and that's it. Now, as for the roadmap of Polka BDC, well, as most of you probably know, we've launched a beta testing recently, and that's been a super great success. And we're right now running final code audits, doing a lot of improvements that we've seen from beta, and we'll be ready to go live in Kusama whenever parachains on Kusama are ready. Now, we've been around for this space for I think 1.5 years now, and Polka BDC has been into development for a year. So what's new recently, and what's new since alpha? We've released the alpha vaulted relayer clients. The UI has seen a full revamp, and there's a lot of great improvements in terms of usability. You can now also mint Polka BDC with your hardware wallets. And if you want to read up on how this works and how to run your vault, how to run a relayer, how to be an active member of this community, there's a very, very detailed documentation page. Now, as for research and integrations, we've launched in Rococo. XMP and parachain integrations are on the way, which means that you'll soon be able to test how you can use Bitcoin in Akala, in Plasm, in Equilibrium, in Edgeware, and so on and so on and so on. Now, what's next? Of course, we'll continue improving the user interface, and we really want your feedback to know what actually you as a user want to see. We'll do more testing, more audits, and what's going to happen next is we'll deploy Polka BDC governance, which will make this essentially a fully decentralized system. Now, as our big next steps, as I already mentioned, we'll be integrating with essentially all Polkadot projects that are out there. Polka BDC is designed to be a common good, and we welcome everyone to use it, and we'll make it available to any Polkadot application in the space. And what's really interesting and worth pointing out here is that we'll be deploying additional DeFi products to make this more attractive as investment for vaults and relayers, specifically in the form of staking derivatives. So you'll be able actually to earn additional APY on the collateral that you provide as a vault. Now, instead of actually continuing to talk, let's actually showcase our beta. Beta is live, and in fact, if you want to be an early tester, we still have a 1.3 thousand prize pool for early testers funded by the Polkadot Treasury. So what I'll do now, I'll make a very risky move, and I'll go to beta and actually show this live. And I hope that this all works. So when you come to our beta, the first thing you'll see is actually this landing page. And then you basically gives you short information of how everything works. And then if you go on the app, you will see that you can now enter the amount of Polka BDC that you wish to mint. And that's what I'm going to do now. So I want to mint 0.01 Polka BDC. I click on confirm, and then we wait for a few seconds. Now, because we've seen so much users on our beta, we've actually experienced super high load. So we're actually trying to scale up our infrastructure to make sure this is maintained and even faster. On mainnet, there will be absolutely no delays like this one, because of course it will be fully decentralized by then. But I'll sign this transaction if I remember my password. There we go. And what's happened next is in the background, we generate a new deposit address for you as a user. We use an on-chain key derivation scheme given a random vault's public Bitcoin key. And in a few seconds, I will see a QR code to which I will then send the amount of Bitcoin from my wallet. So what I'm going to do in the meantime is prepare this. Right, and as you can see, so to mint Polka BDC, the only thing I have to do now is send this amount, the correct amount of Bitcoin to this vault. And this vault is basically randomly selected. In theory, you as a user can also choose your preferred vault, basically based on preference and so on. And what I've just basically done, and I'm not sure if you can see my phone, I have just scanned the QR code, and I have just made the Bitcoin payment on Bitcoin testnet. So I'll confirm that. Below here, you can see that my request is now pending, and we've actually already found the Bitcoin transaction. So what's happening now is we're waiting for the confirmations on Bitcoin testnet. The average block time on Bitcoin is 10 minutes, and On testing, we only wait for one confirmation. On mainnet, we will be, of course, waiting for 6 or more confirmations to be very, very safe. I will not wait for this to happen in consideration of time, because this will take probably longer than my talk lasts. But it's as easy as that to mint Polka BTC. And if I want to check this out in the Bitcoin Explorer, there we go. This is the transaction. Now, to redeem Polka BTC, the only thing you will need to do is you enter a Bitcoin address, which I'll do here. Now, for example, you click confirm, and that's it. And then you will receive Bitcoin from our vault. And that's basically it. Now, I don't have any Polka BTC on this account yet, so I will not do this because it'll tell me that I don't have any. But the process, it's a one click, and you can get your Bitcoin back. Now, what you can also do, and this is basically already a sneak peek of what's coming next, you can, on one hand, transfer Polka BTC to other users within the Polka BTC parachain. But as you can also see, you will be able to transfer this to Akala, to Plasm, and to other parachains just within a simple mouse click, and you are ready to use Bitcoin with Polkadot's DeFi. Now, with that, that's basically it for my talk. Check out our beta, check out our Twitter, follow us for latest updates. We have 2 more challenges for early beta testers that will be announced early next week, and you'll be able to earn dots by participating. There is still time and space to earn dots on testing as a user and giving feedback, running your vault, running a relay, and also earning up to 4 dots for participating. All right, that's it, and happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Alexei. We had a couple questions in here. One that I think is pretty easy to answer, but we'll see. Why would I use Interlay when I own BTC and DOT? If I have assets on the Bitcoin blockchain and on Polkadot already, why would I use Interlay? Why would I want to use it?
Well, first clarification, I guess, is it's not Interlay, it's Polka BTC. Interlay is just the team that's building this decentralized bridge. Well, as mentioned, I mean, if you have DOT, if you have Bitcoin, that's great. So you can use DOT in the DeFi ecosystem of Polkadot, but you can't really use a BTC. You just can hold it. But now, if you want to be able to invest your Bitcoin into DeFi products on Polkadot, that's when you use the bridge. Essentially, you just move Bitcoin from the Bitcoin blockchain onto Polkadot, and this means that you now have your Bitcoin available for investing into Akala and all other DeFi applications that we've heard about today.
Great. So there's another question here that's got some interest, and it's maybe not, the question was maybe not directed at you. I'm not sure when it was submitted. I was just cleaning up the questions for the panel to come, but I think you could give an interesting perspective on it. The question is, can you give us some examples of how different parachains can work in symbiosis? What is going to make the difference between parachains cooperating versus just having different smart contracts working side by side on a single chain? So you were showing how when you use Polka BTC, you can select a parachain to send the Polka BTC to. So maybe just expand a little bit on that example as to like why someone would want to get their Bitcoin, say, to Akala, and how Polka BTC, Akala, and maybe several other parachains are working together to get that thing done.
Definitely. I mean, so the symbiosis of parachains and Polkadot and how essentially it was initially envisioned in the paper is that you can move any assets to any specialized parachain, right? So Polka BTC specializes in bringing Bitcoin to Polkadot in a fully decentralized manner. Now, what you can then do is, well, if you're in Polka BTC, that's great. And there might be smart contracts on that, might not be, we don't know. But what we definitely know is that there are dedicated chains with a lot of new DeFi applications coming on board. And that's basically the symbiosis there. You move Polka BTC to another parachain, and that's where you can basically use Bitcoin. And vice versa, we'll be definitely looking up to open up the collateral potentially long-term for other collaterals like stable coins that then can be again imported into the Polka BTC parachain. And I actually add one on top of this. As you all know, there is an Ethereum bridge being built for Polkadot. And the most interesting thing is once Polka BTC goes live on Polkadot, it will instantly be available on Ethereum because you can then mint Bitcoin to Polkadot in a super efficient and decentralized manner. And then with 2 clicks, or maybe even 1 click, move it to Ethereum over the Ethereum bridge. And suddenly, Polka BTC is no longer asset will only within the Polkadot ecosystem, but it's available across all chains that can connect to Polkadot. And I think exactly this use case, this possibility, is what Polkadot's multi-chain future is envisioning.
Yeah, so this is a great question that just came in right along those lines. Can I move, you mentioned Snowfork, the Ethereum bridge. Can I move Polka BTC to ETH via Snowbridge?
Yes, exactly. And of course, there will be expansions and integrations, I guess, into much more networks as time proceeds. And this means that Polka BTC, which is as of today, will be the only fully decentralized Bitcoin bridge, will be available to all networks. And this will basically position Polkadot as the hub for cross-chain communication.
Yeah, that's awesome. I know you touched on it a little bit in your presentation, but you say Polka BTC will be the only fully decentralized bridge. We talked a little bit earlier about like what being a fully trustless bridge means and how complicated that problem is to solve. So maybe you could touch a little bit on like why it's important to be a fully trustless bridge, what that actually means, and why prove that it is the most decentralized. Like other like wrapped BTC on Ethereum is not particularly decentralized. Someone mentioned in the chat.
Sure. I mean, we spent quite a few years on research, actually designing different systems and analyzing what is possible in terms of bridges. And in fact, what we have shown is you need someone to hold your Bitcoin assets, right? You can't get around that. Bitcoin is restricted with its smart contracts to be secure. And I guess that's good, to be fair. But what you then need to do is you need to be able to unlock the BTC once you want to burn Polka BTC, for example, and get your Bitcoin back. So you need someone to hold it. What WBTC and I think most of the other bridges do is they have some form of custodian that is trusted. Either it's a single or it's a multi-sig, but in the end, it's restricted. You as a user have no chance to becoming a custodian. You cannot participate in a network. There is no network. And this also means that while, of course, BitGo and the custodians that are registered there are, of course, very trusted companies, we never know what the regulations will bring. We never know whether they'll face a hack and all of the Bitcoin are gone suddenly. We don't know if regulations will not enforce KYC. And in fact, WBTC requires KYC. And it's only a matter of time until other centralized solutions will require KYC as well. Well, Polka BTC, on the other hand, and specifically the Xclaim framework that's underlying, allows anyone to start a vault. It's just like with Bitcoin. You spin up a full node and you're good to go. Nobody can prevent you from doing that. Nobody can prevent you as a user from participating, right? A vault registers, puts down collateral, and says, here's my Bitcoin address, and that's it. But the vault has absolutely no influence as to who is participating. A vault cannot choose which users mint Polka BTC, whereas a centralized custodian can. And I think this is very kind of important to ensure that Bitcoin remains decentralized even when it's in other chains, because this is essentially, I believe, the vision with which all of this started.
Yeah, totally. So a couple questions here about, so we touched on a number of the bridges that are being built in the Polkadot ecosystem. Obviously, Polka BTC as one of the most substantial Bitcoin bridges. Obviously, the trustlessness on both sides of the bridge is particularly important. Maybe we could talk a bit about other. Have you tracked the progress of any of the bridges to Cosmos? I know there's a bridge to Stellar, the potential bridge to EOS. I know Chainx is working on a BTC bridge. Just broadly comments on the progress of bridges as a broader class on Polkadot.
Definitely. I think the progress that we've seen on bridges is significant, and it's actually super exciting. Snowfork is making great progress, and we also know that a bridge to Cosmos is only a matter of time. There's multiple teams on both sides working to make light clients available, and in fact, we are preparing and hoping to move Polka BTC also to the first interchain Cosmos systems within the next year, just to showcase the ability of Polkadot to cater to all chains within this ecosystem. As for other Bitcoin bridges, I think generally it's great that there's multiple approaches to the system. And I do believe that centralized bridges have their use, and definitely, I guess, for some providers and for some institutional traders, centralized bridge, which can provide with a lot of trust and also legal contracts, can be useful. Whereas with decentralized systems, of course, there's always this this semi-anonymous approach. Although, of course, again, we do anticipate that similar to TBTC and Ethereum, you will have professional custodians running vaults as well. So you as an institutional trader will actually have the choice. Do I go fully decentralized, run my own vault? Do I just pick a random one? Or do I want some additional security and actually go to one of the really big ones that can offer me additional securities? Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. Obviously, Polkadot has grown a lot since the initial paper was written, and people really looked at it as an interoperability solution first. It's obviously now a lot more than that. It's a scalability solution. It is a layer 0 for connecting all these layer 1s, but it's awesome to see that the original initial value proposition that Polkadot is going to be the most interoperable, trustless protocol is being delivered on, in part thanks to you and your team's great work. So thank you for being here today, and hope you do well in the future. We'll catch up soon.
Awesome. Thanks for having me. Bye.
See you, Alexei. Next up, we have a all-star panel. Speaking of scalability, Polkadot as a solution to scalability, with Andre from Cointelegraph, Sota from Plasm, Joe from the Web3 Foundation, and Derek from Moonbeam. I'm going to bring them all on now. And I'm going to go on mute momentarily so that you do not hear my wife's conference call in the other room.
Hey,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little
weird.
bit? Got it.
Yeah, a little bit of a robotic voice, you know. I don't know what's up with that.
Andre, Sota, Derek, welcome.
Hey there.
And Joe.
Hey.
This might be the most geographically distributed panel of the day. Where's everyone at? I'm in New York. Andre. Joe's in Zoo.
Yeah, I'm in Italy.
In Italy. Sota.
Singapore right
Singapore.
now.
Derek in Boston. Well, we're actually pretty close. This is going to be a good one. So to discuss Polkadot as a solution to scalability, an all-star panel, Andre, take it away.
Thank you, Peter. So, well, I wanted to, first of all, introduce our guests here. So I am Andrei Shevchenko, technology editor at Cointelegraph. I'll be moderating the conversation today. And we have with us Sota Watanabe, the founder of Plasm Network, a layer 2 focused project building for Polkadot, which is super interesting. Then we have Derek Yu, who is the founder of Moonbeam, basically an Ethereum and Polkadot project, so to speak. And finally, we have Joe Petrovsky, technical integrations lead at the Web3 Foundation. So we don't have too much time, so I wanted to get right to the point. I think, Joe, the first kind of question will be to you, because it's kind of the best to set the stage, I feel. And the question is, what makes Polkadot scalable in a nutshell? So we know there's parachains, but also, are there any other aspects that make Polkadot more scalable than others, essentially?
Yeah, so like you said, parachains are kind of like the main avenue towards scalability. So this idea of shifting logic into parallel execution rather than having everybody kind of share the same chain. And so that kind of gives you like a linear scalability where, if you add double the parachains, you get kind of double the transaction throughput, with the assumption that like every parachain has the same transaction capacity. But then the other approach here is just the idea that the projects actually code the parachain logic themselves and the runtime logic. And the reason that's important is that when you have an application and the developers kind of choose like this logic as first class, like layer 1 logic, this is actually in some sense trusted, right? Because like as part of agreeing to use this blockchain, you've agreed to trust this logic. Just like when you use Ethereum, you agree to use the EVM and you trust that this like the EVM is actually sound. You don't trust that the contracts on top of it are sound. And so that's where like kind of all the gas metering and this stuff comes in, is that in order to let people deploy these like permissionless contracts onto your platform, you have to have some way to meter it or something. But in Polkadot, like if you have a lot of activity going on one parachain, it's not going to affect other parachains. So we can just say like, hey, if you have your parachain slot, you can put kind of whatever logic you want there. And so in that sense, it can be like this trusted logic and doesn't really need to be metered. You can have kind of like a better fee mechanism where you just say like, hey, we know that, for example, like a lending contract or something, like we know it just does this number of steps, so we just charge a fee for it. Like if you have something like say Compound on Ethereum, you know what the contract does. It's executed hundreds of thousands of times. Why are you metering that if you already know exactly what it does? And so with Polkadot, like the idea is that you can just put this logic like right into your parachain, and you don't need to meter it because this logic is trusted, it's benchmarked, it's tested. So yeah, like you said, the panel short, I don't want to keep going on that, but the parachains and then like this idea of like trusted logic in your parachain.
Yeah, I mean, like that's an interesting topic that you discussed, because I'm personally a little bit curious. Like there's the sharding concept, the parachains, but what is kind of the maximum performance limit of a parachain itself, like a single parachain simply? Maybe Derek can answer that as well.
Sure.
From
Yeah,
his
I mean,
experience.
sure. I mean, I would just to echo or to kind of tag along with some of Joe's thoughts. I mean, you know, for me, this sharding idea is kind of the key idea, and it's kind of interesting. You know, a bet on Polkadot is a bet on, you know, this sharded execution in some sense, and I think it's interesting because, you know, it was the case that Ethereum was pursuing a similar path, but you know that's recently, you know, that's changed now, right? Where, you know, only some parts of the ETH2 plan now are sharded. You know, particularly and specifically execution is like not, you know, the current plans are that it won't be sharded. So you know, I do think that, you know, Polkadot represents, you know, kind of the purest form of this, like, let's just have these like fully independent, you know, threads of execution going and, you know, allow them to interact with each other. So I do think that's kind of an interesting point. Each shard like itself is just a blockchain. So, you know, there's no kind of like magic, I'd say, where somehow you can defy the laws of gravity. Like, you know, each shard is going to be its own blockchain. You know, it's going to be subject to the similar constraints to other individual blockchains. But, you know, the second point Joe made is important, that, you know, this substrate development framework that one has, you know, does allow for, you know, the ability to specialize those chains and optimize them to the use case at hand. And so, you know, that's obviously what in my mind is kind of the second, you know, key thing around Polkadot is that ability to customize. You don't see like in other sharded systems, and you know, that allows you to at least be as efficient as you can be and kind of express yourself. You know, express your kind of unique idea when it comes to, you know, what it is that the shard is going to do.
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting concept in the sense that you guys chose to basically express Ethereum, right? So, and here I wanted to kind of follow up another aspect that I feel is important in kind of the scalability discussion, which is the EVM, the virtual machine, right? So, I guess this is, again, the best question for you, Derek, but do you think there are significant differences between the EVM and the WebAssembly framework in terms of scalability, essentially? Is one better than the other?
Yeah, I mean, it's well, I guess I would say this in the context of Polkadot, it's not like a EVM versus WASM, because, you know, Polkadot itself is WASM based. So, you know, and it's while it's true that, you know, so our, you know, this kind of uniqueness point I was talking about and specialization, you know, we've chosen to create our specialized chain to be Ethereum like, right? So then so that's you know, I think Rob once said, it's like, oh, you're specialized in your generality, like, so you're creating this general thing, but it is still kind of specialized in a way. But, you know, just you know, for folks in the audience here, you know, just to make the point, even though we've created this, let's call it like this Ethereum emulation layer, and we're, you know, trying to create this Ethereum-like experience, like as part of being a parachain on Polkadot, that logic will all get compiled down to like a WASM binary. And WASM is heavily used in the design of Polkadot itself. So even though we're kind of offering this like EVM-like execution environment, you know, that becomes a WASM binary. That's then, you know, registered to the relay chain, and then, you know, relay chain validators are kind of like loading that like on, you know, on the fly to be able to provide security services, right, for our parachain when we launch. So it's kind of like I guess it's not an either or. It's kind of like a EVM plus WASM, I guess, in a way, is the way I see it.
Yeah, and in addition to that, we are implementing a scalable multi-virtual machine parachain that support layer 2 protocol. So Polkadot parachain can support both with Ethereum virtual machine and WebAssembly. So it's not just like a trade-off.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, to me, it's just interesting. Would projects why would projects use the EVM essentially? So are the drawbacks, for example, bigger in terms of performance with the VM, but maybe it's more familiar to use for dApp developers. So what do you think, Soda?
Yeah, I think currently Ethereum do have a problem, and the gas cost is very expensive. So they would like to migrate from Ethereum to another chain. Yeah, like Polkadot. So Ethereum compatibility is really important tool to migrate. Basically, Ethereum developer, so I can say Solidity contract developer can deploy Solidity contract on the top of Polkadot parachain, let's say like Plasm and Moonbeam. And I think that's why we need Ethereum virtual machine in the short run. But I personally believe WebAssembly in the long run.
Interesting. So, I mean, speaking of Ethereum, so I guess as Derek mentioned, Ethereum is going on this very roll-up centric, layer 2 centric scalability solution essentially, and actually Plasma is kind of doing the same thing but for Polkadot. So, do you think Ethereum is going in the right direction in this sense? For example,
Yeah, thanks for the question. So one of the frequently asked questions from the community is why we are implementing layer 2 solution. And the Polkadot itself is a layer 2 solution, right? But we are implementing, the Polkadot parachain for billion of people. And the Polkadot is scaling solution, but it's not enough. And the horizontal scalability is different from vertical scalability. And we are implementing vertical scalability, which is more flexible and which can be faster and in terms of transaction and finality. And I think Ethereum project will be using optimistic rollup or ZK rollup in coming months. And we do support rollup solution right now. So we have got Web3 Foundation grants, and we have already submitted some of the milestone of ZK rollup. So ZK rollup developer can migrate from Ethereum to Polkadot by using Plasm, and they can make multi-chain application by using rollup solution on Polkadot.
It's very, very true. And Joe, I wanted to come back to you here for a bit. So Polkadot, as you mentioned, it has the parachains, it has the sharding. So do you think that layer 2 is kind of important in this overall picture of, let's say you have a lot of parachains, but you also boost them through layer 2, and is that going to be like the ultimate scalability network?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible, like what Soda is working on, to have like layer 2 options on Polkadot. I would say, like, for us, it's not our main focus. Like, our main focus is just having the best layer 1 experience possible. So like Polkadot, the relay chain is layer 0, and it's just really like a WASM execution engine where you can have like the EVM or some other chain. And we want to make that like as efficient as possible to support as many parachains and parathreads as possible, and like eventually have this kind of like nested structure where you can actually have parachains be relay chains with parachains kind of underneath them, which kind of gives you like more layer 1 scalability as well. So yeah, I think I wouldn't rule out any solution. I mean, we haven't really seen like layer 2s in production yet, and there's certainly a lot of concerns, like if we have multiple layer 2 networks on a single Ethereum chain, like, well, can applications in various layer 2s even interoperate without like going back to reconcile on the Ethereum main chain? So there's obviously like hurdles to be solved with layer 2, just like there are with layer 1. And yeah, I wouldn't rule out layer 2 on Polkadot as being part of the overall stack. It's just not really like where our focus on like the core protocol team is.
I'll just jump in on that. Just to, the way I see it is that like these layer 2s. I mean, it is kind of multi-chain as well, right? I mean, these are just, in my mind, a lot of these layer 2s are just other chains that are they're very tightly integrated with the chain that they're sitting on top of. and they're highly optimized for certain use cases, like transaction throughput in the case of SDK rollup, for example. But it is kind of all just different forms of multi-chain in a way. So I think that the layer 2 kind of architecture and setup is like one approach, but you may be able to achieve some of the same benefits or effects via cross parachain integrations, this kind of thing, right? So I think it's all kind of like different forms of multi-chain. And for me, it's like, I know it's been mentioned a couple times. It's like the interoperability is kind of like the key point. I mean, Joe mentioned it as well, that it's my belief that obviously transaction throughput is great, and it opens up new use cases and allows us to scale to like larger numbers of users. But if it comes at the cost of interoperability, that's a pretty steep price. And I think people are starting to understand this even on Ethereum, that you solve the scalability problem, but it's hard to like layer on the interoperability like after the fact. I think, and that's I think a strength of Polkadot, right, is that it's kind of designed into the system itself, like at this kind of base layer. And that to me is like that was one of the attractions like to Polkadot in the first place, I think, right? That it's kind of this idea of like it's designed in at the base layer, and you're not trying to like add it on after the fact.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's also an interesting kind of discussion point, which is, can Polkadot essentially act like as layer 2 for Ethereum itself? Maybe the interoperability is kind of the key to that, right? But do you see that actually happening in the near future, I guess, Derek?
Yeah, so, well, I mean, I guess there's kind of, in my mind, there's a little bit of the short term and the longer term. So, this interoperability is kind of one of the key drivers, for us and what led us to Polkadot in the first place, as I mentioned. And there's kind of, I would call it like Polkadot fit for us, like the Polkadot facing native integration, we're quite excited about, but I think it's going to take a little bit of time for that to unfold. And, obviously not every chain is a Polkadot parachain, right? I kind of see it as like when we're facing kind of the outside world, then it's the EVM and this Ethereum tech stack is like, is what, the most effective way to kind of integrate with these other chains, right? Including Ethereum, right? Because almost everyone out there already has Ethereum integrations, right? Or has some level of connectivity to that chain. So, by having that be the kind of external facing, integration interfaces, I think that's, cast the widest like kind of net possible. But in the longer run, I'm kind of pretty bullish on like what's going to be possible with like a native, multi-chain applications on Polkadot, right? Where, it kind of goes back to that old like, Unix philosophy where like you do one thing and do it well, right? So you have these chains that are all doing their thing and doing it well, but then you can combine those like tools to like achieve some like larger effect. And I'm not exactly sure what form that's going to take. I mean, there's just kind of these little bit of baby steps happening now where, people are working on using XCMP to power token movement scenarios. But, I'm pretty sure that there's going to be these like richer possibilities on the Polkadot native side to create applications that, may live across multiple chains, but, they're presenting somehow, kind of one experience to the user. And so that, that's a little bit futuristic, I think, but I'm pretty excited about that like idea.
Yeah, I don't think you can have like one of these networks as a layer 2 to the other if they have separate like security guarantees or like finality mechanisms where like the idea of like layer 2 on a network is that if there's some dispute, then it comes back to layer 1 to settle that. And like if you have Polkadot saying something is final and then somebody kind of like contesting that on Ethereum, that doesn't really work. And so you're kind of like trusting whatever consensus system you're operating within. And so I think like to like carry on Derek's like Unix analogy is like actually you kind of have like these different, like security is a scarce resource. So there's a limited number of like independent consensus systems out there, whether they're proof of work or proof of stake. But you kind of end up in this like operating system environment where there's like, Linux, Windows, and Mac, and some others. I think there's going to be like a couple big ones with programs that interoperate between all of them, but it's not like one of those is a layer 2 to another one, right? They're just like 3 different choices that you have to deploy on top of.
Yeah, it's very true. I guess there's always going to be a degree of connectivity, right? Like you can transfer tokens, but probably not interoperate dApps. I just have this question that is kind of interesting to me is that what can Polkadot not do in the sense of, is there kind of a limit to latency that you can reach, or a limit to how many parachains you can deploy? Like, is there kind of a higher limit essentially to scalability on Polkadot?
Yeah, so like it sort of depends. So we need like, some number of validators per parachain. And so we have some mechanisms in place. So like, like with traditional BFT algorithms, they kind of scale like quadratically with the number of participants. So, with like Grandpa, we can kind of finalize blocks in batches. So, we can kind of like decrease this by a linear factor. Like if you want to say like, well, yes, we have like quadratic complexity, but we are going to finalize like 10 blocks at a time. So we can kind of like do these in batches rather than like waiting to produce the next block on top of that. So there are some like practical limits to like how many validators you can have, but like we do have some mechanisms to kind of like stretch that a little bit. And then we have these other mechanisms, like economic mechanisms, like parachains versus parathreads. So we say like, well, we're going to like reserve the maximum scalability and throughput for the parachains, but we also have like this economic mechanism for parathreads to come in and get a little bit less throughput and share that throughput amongst themselves. And then we have this like Polkadot 2.0 idea of like the hierarchical relay chain. So you have like relay chains of parachains, and that kind of like scales in some sense infinitely. Because if you can have like a relay, if you have the abstraction of making like a parachain a relay chain, well then you can just make the next parachain of that relay chain a relay chain, and you can kind of like keep going with it. Of course, like if you wanted to send like a cross-chain message from like the 5 levels down in this to like another chain 5 levels down in its relay chain, then that might take a while. So I don't think there's like a lot of limits to scalability in that sense. I think some of the application development will change paradigms a little bit. So like on Ethereum, everything is kind of like meant to like, all the applications are kind of like built around synchronous execution. So like if you have like some contract, call another contract, call another contract, the whole thing gets executed synchronously. Whereas like, so you can do things like flash loans and whatnot. Whereas like if you want to do that in a cross-chain environments where these messages are async, you kind of have to build this around, well, we're going to like execute this block, send off a message somewhere else, they're going to do something, execute a block, and send back some message to tell us what happened, or maybe not. Maybe we just kind of like watch that chain and look for it to happen there. And that just kind of like changes the application programming paradigm, where like you could still do something like a flash loan, but maybe it needs like something like a mutex or something where you execute this block and you just kind of like hold on to it and say like, well, pause here. We're going to send off this message to this other chain, let some other stuff happen, and it's going to come back, 6 or 12 seconds later with some result, and then we can release that mutex and let it go. So you just kind of, I would say like there's not a lot of limits on exactly like how far the scalability goes, but some of the paradigms that people build applications in will have to change to kind of like deal with having this multi-chain environment.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I guess that's the whole async pattern that's changes a lot of things. Soda, I wanted to ask to you, maybe you can pitch in as well. Do you think that, especially maybe with layer 2 solutions, you can somehow overcome a few of this, like some limitations of, let's say, having to reach consensus on every block?
Yeah, so the point I would like to mention is the layer 1 scalability and layer 2 scalability are totally different things. In terms of Polkadot do have a layer 1 scalability because which has the sharding architecture. But if I understand correctly, the parachain have to be a broken chain, which is developed by on substrate at this moment. In the future, which can be different, but at this moment, parachain have to be a broken chain. And the decentralized application deployed on the layer 1 blockchain heavily depends on the layer 1, right? But in case of the layer 2, which can be an off-chain solution, does not rely on the layer 1. Security rely on the layer 1, but layer 2 has flexibility because layer 2 can be centralized, but it's going to be trust-free. So I personally believe many people will use the layer 2 on Polkadot as well, because layer 1 scalability and layer 2 scalability are different things. But no one knows.
Yeah, absolutely. Derek, did you want to add something to the discussion as well?
No, I mean, I would say, I mean, obviously part of the power of Polkadot for me goes back to that specialization idea. So, I mean, you look at other sharded systems, almost all of them, generally tend to have all the shards the same, basically, right? So there's some choice that's made from the designer's point of view. They're using sharding as a way to parallelize execution, but they've kind of decided, like, yes, it's going to be n number of these things. And so I think that, just the fact that we're even here having these like different ideas about like in different implementations, that's like part of the adaptability and power of Polkadot, right? That you can use Substrate to express these different ideas, and then, in some sense, I think then like it's all an experiment, and you can we can see like which ones are the ones that developers get attracted to, that find product market fit and other things. I do see this kind of adaptability and ability to evolve over time is like a great strength of Polkadot.
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to, I guess we kind of finished the main discussion, I think, but there are a lot of interesting questions from the community, so I wanted to read a few of those, and maybe we can answer them. You feel free to send them in a chat as well, just normally, but there's also a fancy system to kind of upvote them and stuff. So the most upvoted question for now is actually that parachain slots are only valid for 2 years. Why 2 years, and what happens to the project? Asked by lol. So maybe Joe, this is probably best for you to answer.
Yeah, so I can't say why exactly 2 years was the value that people chose, but yeah, I mean, so parachain slots are limited, and kind of like as we discussed before, you need like some number of validators per parachain to actually execute them, and so we don't want to keep around projects that are kind of like, there might be like another project that's more valuable than like a failed project that will come in to like take its spot, and there needs to be some way to have like parachain churn, and that's parachains exit and new ones come in. So like there should always be like an opportunity for parachains to come in, and actually like what we're looking at is so none of these timelines are final or anything, but like we're kind of looking at auctions to be about 2 weeks long, and having like maybe like 50 parachains allocated by auction and 50 parachains either common good or like para threads, and so like you can kind of map this out that if you do like there's 52 2-week periods over 2 years, so if you just kind of have like always have an auction going, then you would actually go through all 50 of those parachain slots in 2 years, and there would always be a parachain auction going on to allocate that one slot for the next 2 years. So there is this idea that like there should always be an opportunity for a project that has enough like whose backers think that this has enough value to be able to come in and join Polkadot. So that's kind of like the reason why they do have like some kind of like fixed term and not being indefinite. And what projects do is, I mean, I think that's probably a better question for Derek or Soda to answer, but there's quite a lot of strategies. I mean, there's like kind of like this crowd loan concept to do the initial funding, but then also like a lot of longer term sustainability ideas that are coming from the ecosystem, where like rather than doing like these like crowd loans like every single time, some ideas to like actually make a project self-sustainable. So I'd actually hand it over to the other two people to talk about some of the ideas that they have.
Can you go past Derek?
Sure. I think that the crowd loan, as you mentioned, is a kind of definitely being used by a lot of the teams that I've spoken with for the initial bootstrapping. And then I think an idea that was popularized by Akala is kind of an idea that ultimately you want like the chain to become kind of master of its own destiny, and so there's some form of basically accrual of assets like on the chain that might don't belong to any particular person, but are kind of more chain owned like assets that could then be used in the future to kind of perpetually secure a spot. I've seen several different variants of this idea. We're employing an idea like that, but I think that's this kind of like a self-sovereignty, I guess, for the chain itself is I think a goal that a lot of the teams I've talked to have.
Yeah, there's a lot of ideas.
And in addition to that, after the 2 year, we have to bid the slot again. So we have to make the portion to bid the slot. So I think many projects will make a treasury or using some sort of transaction fee for the future auction. But I think the first auction will be the most expensive one. So many projects prepare, let's say, 10% up to 35% for the auction. But after connecting our blockchain to Polkadot, we have to make the on-chain treasury or some sort of funding mechanism to become a Polkadot parachain again after the 2 years. So this can be a really interesting question for the community and ourselves.
Yeah, that's definitely a little bit off topic here, but there's actually another question that is also highest vote, but it's a bit generic, but let's see what we can do in the limited amount of time we have. So Polkadot versus Ethereum versus ADA or Cardano. What are the actual differences between them, and why would one be superior to the other? Can all three live together in peace, or only one will survive in the long run? So the floor is open. Maybe Joe, if you want to start.
Yeah, I mean, so Polkadot's quite different from both of them. So I'm not up to date on what the latest latest Ethereum 2 plans are for Ethereum. But kind of like this homogeneous sharding model, or some like scaled version of ETH1. Either way, it's still like a smart contract platform. So it has this like one runtime, which is the EVM or EWASM or kind of whatever ends up being decided on. And it just says like, you can program smart contracts on this and deploy them here. And that's kind of like the path for Ethereum. And Polkadot, like as we discussed, it's also like a sharded model, which would be comparable to like ETH2, except instead of this homogeneous shard where it's just like the EVM on every single shard, it's you design your own shard and you're not sharing it with anybody else. It's your parachain. And then Cardano is also a smart contract platform, and it has these like side chains, but they're not really like independent layer ones. Like, so they can kind of get these like independent verifiers, but they're actually like the Cardano side chains are a lot more like a layer 2 solution where like they don't have any kind of like inherent security. It's kind of like this trusted validator set. And then if somebody has like an argument about it, then they can kind of like, raise it to the layer 1 chain and settle it. But they're really not parachains. It's not like a custom chain. It's just like your own like layer 2 for your application. So yeah, I mean, I think like we hope that Polkadot is successful, but yeah, I think those are like kind of the high level architecture differences.
Yeah, and what's I did another one, which is Cosmos. What is, I guess it's kind of the closest in terms of architecture, but what are the differences with Polkadot?
Yeah, so Cosmos is like quite different in its architecture in that it's not sharded. So it's just all these like independently secure chains, and then they provide like a bridging mechanism to send messages between them. So you're still kind of like, this is kind of different from like ETH2 and Polkadot being sharded, where like they're sharing some kind of like contextual guarantees about their consensus and execution. Whereas in Cosmos, you can send messages, but you kind of have to trust the sender of that message, that chain didn't get attacked or forked or reorged or something like that.
And also regarding the Cosmos and Polkadot from the parachain builder's view, so if we connect our blockchain to Polkadot, we can import the security, which is called like shared security. But if we make blockchain with Cosmos, we have to prepare the security by ourselves, which will be very difficult for a small project. So yeah, that's why we chose the Polkadot 2 years ago.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess I don't know. It's I'm not super kind of informed on Cosmos. It's the whole Tendermint thing. I thought it was like supposed to be the same consensus mechanism, but I guess it's not quite the same. I mean, Derek, maybe have this question that came up. Would you say that developing on Substrate but not connecting to Polkadot is kind of the same thing as basically being a chain on Cosmos?
I mean, and again, I spend most of my time in Polkadot, so I'm not by no means an expert on Cosmos, but I mean, and I've made this observation actually a couple other times in recent days here. To me, it's just kind of like a different philosophy, like kind of what Joe was mentioning, right? So in Cosmos, they kind of want this like idea that everyone is self-sovereign, and then we kind of optionally have these like connection points or communication channels like we establish. And it's kind of interesting to me that even if I think that there's like, I've talked before about how sometimes there's a connection between like the structure of a piece of software and then the organization that's kind of like either creating it or around it. And I get the sense that, in the Cosmos ecosystem too, there's more like teams that are more dispersed basically, like, and I think they're almost like the organizational setup fits like the software that got created. It's like this more dispersed, like individual kind of groups that are kind of optionally choosing to make connections with each other. That's pretty different than the Polkadot vision, where I see it as like it's a much more kind of structured piece of software, and then the organizations around it like it kind of forces then like teams to kind of organize themselves and like in a way around this like software structure in a different way. And it's I would say that this is actually like one we were also similar to Sota. We're kind of we were faced with a Cosmos versus Polkadot choice when we started our project, and I think this kind of concept that there's like more structure like in Polkadot was something that attracted us, because I think my belief is that it's going to make cross-chain interaction patterns like easier to implement, and because it kind of forces you. I mean, you can already see it happening. A lot of the teams in Polkadot are already kind of like working together, pretty closely, because of the way the software works. So that's that's kind of my
yeah. So like Polkadot's like really focused on this like shared context concept. So when it comes to like security guarantees, there's only like a finite amount of security in the world. Like in proof of stake blockchains, it's like value at stake. So if you start to have like a bunch of like independently secured blockchains, then the amount of value kind of like naturally gets diluted amongst them. And that's like inherently competitive. Like a bigger chain will have the incentive to attack its competitor, startup, smaller chains who are kind of like coming and trying to take its market share. So Polkadot would be like kind of like the you could kind of think of it as like an analogy of like the UN or like NATO or something, where like the individual parachains have their own governance systems. They can have their own like economics of like taxation, if you will, like transaction fees or whatever, and their own like languages and like institutions and structures, and their own ways to like make changes to those systems. But they also share this like common like trade or like security agreement where like they have some context that they're operating in, some way to like get together and make decisions, but they still do have like a lot of autonomy and ability to like customize their own culture system, or however you want to call it.
Yeah, it's definitely a kind of an interesting model there, but I think that's our time has come up. So
that was an excellent place to end it, Joe. As always, a real pro. Thank you, Andre, Sota, Derek, and Joe. A really interesting panel. Thanks for getting to some of those questions from the audience. I'm sure everyone really appreciates it. And I hope you guys have a good rest of your week.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks for having us. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Next up, we have Kenzie Wang, co-founder of AU21, to discuss how to bootstrap liquidity in the brave new DeFi ecosystem. Let me pull him up here. Kenzie, welcome. So I've been told that you've got a 10-minute talk, and then you're going to be available to answer some questions from the audience. So everyone, if you've got a question for Kenzie, make sure you drop it in the Q&A chat. Otherwise, if we end a little bit early, we can do a quick bathroom break for everyone here. But anyway, Kenzie, take it away.
Awesome. Cool. Can you hear me?
Yep, you sound great.
Great. Screen's good? All right, cool.
Perfect.
All right, great. So I've been asked to talk about how to bootstrap liquidity in the new age. Great to be here. I'm Kenzie. So this is me. I Graduate from Columbia, studied computer science and math, and then went on to Wharton for my MBA. Spent a few years in tech, founded a company that it's backed by Y Combinator and also New Enterprise Associates, which is a big Silicon Valley VC in the MarTech space before moving on to Huobi, where I spent quite some time as VP and also GM. Ran the exchange operations, BD, and also the venture side of things at Huobi, where I learned a lot about the exchange business, how token investments and also listing should work, and which then led to investing in a lot of projects through AU21, which is a DeFi and also an NFT fund that's quite active. I'm also co-founder of a Siri network, which is about to do a Republic public sale at the end of the month. And then meanwhile, I'm also a partner at HNT fund, which is a helium fund. So that's me. So these are some of the companies that I actually was very fortunately involved with and invested in. So just taking a look at today's agenda, actually was very happy to see that some of these attendees are actually companies that I invested in, like Plasm, Reef, Injective, Monta, Polka Starter, and such. So very proud to be here. So a disclaimer here is that I'm not a farmer. Actually, I got asked to talk about this topic just a few days ago by Alex. So I'll try my best to talk about it, about liquidity side of things. So what is liquidity? I want to give some context here. Is that think about liquidity as essentially like in a social network. Very similarly, if you don't have a lot of people in the network, you really don't have a lot of value. So think about liquidity the same way, is that when you have a lot of liquidity in the market, then actually produce that value. So there's a few different kinds of liquidity here. First, there's money market. So in the lending, borrowing market, enabling lending and borrowing. So you need to have lenders available in the pool, and then borrower can come and borrow. And then there's AMMs. So you have trading between buyer and sellers. And then the traders will trade against a pool of tokens, and that's liquidity pool. And then lastly, you also have synthetics. So that's providing collateral based on a decentralized oracle. Based on certain kind of formula, you can create and also back different types of synthetic assets or derivatives. So let's move on here. So then what is liquidity pool? So it really started out with Compound, which is the first liquidity pool. So instead of lending assets directly to another user, you can supply liquidity to a market now, and then users can borrow from that market. And then in extension from that, you have three different kinds of dominant AMMs, and that's the automatic market maker. You have Uniswap, Balancer, and also Curve. Each of them are operating on different sets of math model, like Uniswap, which is more on the Ethereum network with a 50-50 ratio. Curve, which is specializing in stable coins, which offers the best rate. Balancer, and that's offering a dynamic liquidity pool of up to 8 different type of assets. So it's more flexible that way. So in any of these cases, you bring the liquidity and you produce yields, and then you become part of the ecosystem. So how do you bootstrap liquidity? So you gotta start by offering incentives, and that is the notion of liquidity mining. So this is a quick overview of some of, just actually only on the BSC network. These are the liquidity farms, which is actually pretty interesting. I just looked them up last night. I saw a lot of really interesting names. So a lot of food, a lot of drinks, and a lot of animals. So you can see there's thugs, there's pho, UFO. It's pretty funny stuff. Anyways, so all of these EO farms, they have problems, and that's why there's so many of them. They keep come and go. So the main issue with it is that there's the huge imbalance between yield and rewards. And that imbalance is produced because as more users come to the marketplace, the yield then go down, and then the rewards per unit of liquidity would go down. So then, which means that when people mine your tokens, and then they'll start to start selling them into the spot market, and your token price will fall. So you really have to balance out, balance both sides of the marketplace out. It's also not very sticky because of it. So people keep come and go from one protocol to another. So from FUD to FUG and then to the next one. It's not very sustainable. It's also very high cost and slow because most of them are on Ethereum, and that's due to the infrastructure. It's got impermanent loss, and also you can easily get rugged. That's a very common theme here in these farms. And the main problem for these farms is that it really lacks a fundamental and value proposition. It doesn't really create anything that's unique and differentiated, so it doesn't stick. So the solution here is that really need to focus on providing a good user experience, so that increases retention of the users in your marketplace. It also has to have a very good fundamental and value proposition. So, for example, Uniswap, Curve, and also Balancer, they have really differentiated value propositions for different sets of users. So you really have to think about a good value proposition here. It also needs to have a good incentive design so that the marketplace is balanced. It also has to be based on very good technology. So maybe something that's new, like BSC or Polygon, things like that. So that's some of the solutions that you can have. So let's talk about how do we bootstrap liquidity now in this new age here. So one example is a goodwill referral. So you can get initial batch of users by airdropping. So for example, Badger DAO did an airdrop of Badger tokens to Gitcoin users, and that received a lot of good sentiment. So it drove growth in the Badger DAO network. So that's a really great way to bootstrap your initial batch of users and also bring liquidity in. Another way is forking and incentivizing. So a good example of that is Sushi Swap. So Sushi forked Uniswap, and then on top of that, they provided really good incentives by giving away Sushi tokens. And that forced Uniswap to come up with their own token and launch quickly into the marketplace. Another way is by incentivizing your early liquidity providers. And that's exactly what Uniswap did. So they incentivized their early users by airdropping to all of the Uniswap users. And this way it creates a great amount of retention in the network and also brings more liquidity. Another way is your backers. That's really important. So that's why a lot of early stage startups that we work with are looking to get backers that also can bring liquidity. So these are some of the very common ones, like Multicoin, like 3 Arrows, Galaxy. They can all bring a good amount of liquidity to your network. So it's very important to get big OTC DEX and also backers involved from early stage. So another way is by using developer toolkits. So a lot of trading desks and also liquidity providers has automated APIs that companies can instantly bring a large amount of liquidity by giving these large institutions that can provide algo arbitrage to bring in liquidity very, very quickly. So here's another way is that you can also build on top of other protocols. So for example, you have DeFi Dollar that launched a Curve pool, which is built upon the Curve protocol. That instantly brought a lot of liquidity from Curve. So that's something to think about, is you can build on top of other protocols that can bring liquidity to you. And so another way is that you can also design rewards that have lockups, because a lot of these farms and also protocols, they're sending out rewards that don't have lockups, and that creates a lot of downward pressure. So one way is to counteract that by offering lockups. So for example, EasyFi did a great job by offering rewards that has a 30-day lockup, for example. So you can design something that's not just 2 months long in terms of the incentive structure. You can design something that's maybe yearly long. So that way it's more sustainable. And lastly here is ecosystem play. So a great example of that is a PancakeSwap that's on BSC. So instantly draws a lot of attention and also brought a lot of liquidity from the BSC network onto PancakeSwap. We recently looked at another company that's very similar. It's called MakiSwap, and this one is built by the Unilayer team. They're doing something very similar to what PancakeSwap did to BSC, but this one is Maki, but it's for Huobi Hiko chain, which is very exciting. So we're very excited to back them and also see what can come out of it. So these are 8 ways for companies to bootstrap liquidity in this new day and age. So that's it. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kenzie. Let's see what we got in terms of questions. Yeah. Let's see if anyone has questions, drop them in the Q&A box. Let's see if there's any things that are interesting here. You did cover a bit of BSC in your presentation. So the first question here is, how does BSC and ETH competition affect the Polkadot ecosystem?
Actually, I saw a lot of excitement in the Polkadot ecosystem from September on till January. And myself is a big, Polkadot believer. I invested in Polkadot and a lot of, the dot ecosystem projects. You can see, that's why a lot of the attendees here, their companies are also, I'm early investors in them. But I think BSC is really making a huge impact from end of February and also March onwards. It's not too long ago, but they're making a lot of big movements now. So that is incredibly exciting because there's more competition. And at the same time, I also see Polygon as a sheer force that's going to come into the play, because I think they are coming up with something that's very groundbreaking. Rebranding from Matic to Polygon itself is a big statement to the world that they're no longer just a layer 2 solution, they're going for layer 1. And they're also coming up with a multitude of things like, parachain and stuff like that. So I'm seeing more and more projects, especially initially in the NFT space, to be built on Polygon. And next thing is going to be the DeFi ecosystem built on Polygon. So I'm actually looking at a lot of those companies as well. So in a nutshell, yes, competitions are coming. I see Hiko coming up. That's why we invested in MakiSwap. We're seeing the Polygon ecosystem rising. QuickSwap is doing a great thing. There's going to be a lot of new exciting tech that we build on all of these ecosystems. So that falls into the category 8 that I was talking about. That's the ecosystem play.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Let's see here. Question for you in the chat. Bootstrapping liquidity in ETH L2's Matic XDAI has proved substantially more difficult, I guess is meant to say, than on ETH main chain due to the bridging steps. How would liquidity bootstrapping work differently between parachains as a more like native layer 1 solution, for example, Equilibrium to Akala?
That's a great question from Marlin CEO. Sid, thank you very much for asking that. So yeah, that's why we need solutions like Marlin to come in and help bringing more ecosystem players in the space, and bridging that gap. So yeah, that's It's a very very good question there.
Great. Let's see here. Other questions in the chat. Others that are, I don't know how well you know Dfinity. Someone's asked how Polkadot is different from Dfinity. Are you familiar with Dfinity's architecture at all?
Actually, not too much about Dfinity. Yeah, that's I know they're coming out pretty soon, but yeah, there's a lot of excitement about it. But they've been baking it for so long and very secretively, so I can't comment too much about what they're doing now.
Yeah, I can say a couple things. I mean, it's not really a blockchain.
Okay.
It's like a new system of data centers, basically, that they have proprietary hardware in that runs some level of cryptography to secure it in a somewhat decentralized way. And then there's, I think, like just a DAG attached for transactions. But it's not really a blockchain in the way that you think of like Polkadot, Ethereum, Bitcoin being a blockchain. It's just sort of like a network of nodes out there for you to like run applications on, but it's uncertain sort of like who runs these specialized pieces of hardware. And like you said, it's all closed source, so you don't know anything about how the hardware is designed. It's all proprietary, or the software is designed, because it's all proprietary and closed source. So it's hard for anyone to know what they've been working on, really. They don't say much.
Yeah, I remember reading them branding themselves as an operating system rather than a blockchain. So yeah, it's very very exciting to see what they have built so far.
See if there's anything else here in the chat. I can also sort of answer some of these questions. Someone asked, what is Polkadot doing to prevent governance to be controlled by a few exchanges, etc.? Is there a protocol that could be written so that to prevent this from happening? The short answer is yes. There's a lot of things that have been baked in to Polkadot governance to prevent minority rule. First of all, if a exchange is using the DOT that you own but are keeping on exchange to vote in governance, I'd say users should speak up and say that they're not okay with exchanges using those funds to vote in the exchange's pure benefit. But that said, there's a lot of mechanisms built into voting on Polkadot when controversial issues come up that allow or ensure that there is not this concept of plutocracy where few folks are able to leverage a large amount of the token supply in their favor. There aren't as many whales in Polkadot compared to other protocols. Have been very cognizant to ensure the distributions are fairer than what we've seen with previous proof of stake and proof of work network launches. And then beyond that, there are actual voting mechanisms that ensure that if there's one group or one individual who's trying to push something through governance that goes against the will of the broader community, smaller holders can actually multiply their vote up to 6 times by time locking their DOT on the relay chain to multiply their conviction for or against a proposal. So that also adds as a barrier to sort of minority plutocratic rule on Polkadot. And then just also broadly in terms of how governance is designed on Polkadot, you really see those issues of big holders being able to swoop in and change outcomes when the voting system and the governance system is very simple, straight token voting up and down on referenda. Polkadot's governance system is much, much, much more complicated and thought through than a simple token voting mechanism. When we talk about governance, there's multiple bodies of actors and stakeholders in governance that have control over different levers of Polkadot and the ability to protect against malicious attacks like proposals that might be damaging to the protocol. So I think capturing a Polkadot governance is much more complicated and closer to impossible than it would be in a simple token voting scheme. What do you think? Do you have any thoughts on Polkadot governance?
For me? Or?
Yeah, so I mean, this could be a good question. Just like, so we talk about stakeholder groups emerging in Polkadot governance, and you could certainly see a need for advocacy on behalf of the broader Polkadot DeFi community in relay chain governance to positively impact a change that would be good for DeFi. Groups like the Polkadot DeFi Alliance could help fill that role. So what do you have any thoughts on like how DeFi teams on Polkadot can and should engage in governance?
Yeah, that's actually a very endearing topic that, and that's why the Polkadot DeFi Alliance was actually born, was by, seeing how there's different pockets of the Polkadot ecosystem here. And then that's why Valeria and Min, who I work with very closely, they started to to come up with that idea, and I really kind of pushed for that direction as well, for that to happen. So now it's becoming more of a DAO setup. So I'm really, really proud to see that it's growing so fast and also receiving a lot of prominence overseas as well. So I really hope to see more and more of these governance structure that arises, whether it's by itself or it's organized in some other way, pushed out from the the Web3 Foundation perspective, maybe to kind of bridge some of these gaps that's currently not filled.
Yeah, totally. Excited to see how it builds out, and once more people get involved in governance and like all these stakeholder groups bring their opinion to the table in a really robust way. We spent a lot of time in Ethereum, and it's just a mess whenever there's a conversation around any change to the protocol. We got a couple more minutes here. Someone just dropped a question in. Do you agree that NFTs can help to bring more awareness to crypto?
Yeah, absolutely. I think what we're seeing right now is there's a lot of hype about NFT, but at the same time, it's also a conduit for more mainstream awareness to be looking at these digital asset. Some of them don't even know it's crypto, but it's great for adoption and bringing a different sets of users that is outside of, for example, the crypto hardcore DeFi, traders or EO farmers, right? So it's great for crypto to be seen and also to be used, and also it bridges the sort of the physical world as well to the crypto space in general. So really, really excited about it. I personally also am an avid NFT investor that I invested in, for example, Axie Infinity, Terra Virtua, and also a lot of the new Polygon powered games NFTs, for example, Chain Guardians, crypto, Ethermon, things like that. So personally, very, very excited to see NFT space growing so fast, and also seeing a lot of new tech that's now built on different chains. For example, on BSC, there's Refinable. On Ethereum, there's OpenSea, and then there's going to be more coming out on the Polygon as well. So the sky's the limit from here.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Kenzie, for coming today and sharing your thoughts with everyone at Polka DeFiance. Have a good one.
Thank you very much.
All righty. Next up, we have Cassidy from Centrifuge, who's going to be talking about bridging real world assets. I will bring her up on stage now. All right. Cassidy, welcome. How are you doing today?
Hi, everyone. Good.
Great. I will go on mute and
Hope
take it away.
everyone's doing well today, too. Awesome. Let me just share my screen here. All right. So today I'm going to be talking about how we're going to be bridging DeFi in the real world. Laying
Sorry, I just muted you. Sorry,
foundation for
Cassidy. We only see
asset finance.
Sorry, we only see your browser. It says click to exit full screen. Great. Cassidy, I'm going to toggle your video off because I think you have it's like low upload bandwidth, just to see if we can get you coming through a little bit better. Oh. I believe we're having internet connectivity issues. One moment, everyone. All right, one moment while we get Cassidy back. I believe she is in an area with bad internet generally, unfortunately. Let's see here. Yeah, Cassidy, just stay off video and see if
All
you can
right,
share it.
can you
'Cause I
hear
think
me
you're
okay now?
great. Yeah, just stay off video because I think your upload is low, but it should be fine when you share the slides.
Yeah, sorry about that, everyone.
No problem.
So let me
The
know if you
virtual
can
world is
see.
not friendly. Great. We can see your screen, but the yep, there we go.
Okay. Hmm.
The screen is now blank. I don't know if are you on? Hello? All right, your screen is back up. Just waiting for Cassidy to reconnect here. Apologies for the technical difficulties. Seems like a bad internet connection. Maybe she's using Starlink by SpaceX. LOL. If I had prizes for comments to give out, I would give you one. Frank Cruz. If we're not able to get Cassidy on in the next couple minutes, we will, in fact, get my coffee break. Cassidy, can you hear me all right? We have your screen. If you're
Can
speaking,
you hear me okay now?
great, you're on. Let's go. We cannot hear you now if you're speaking. All right, I think we may have irreparable technical difficulties here, Cassidy. So unfortunately, I think we're going to have to reschedule your talk, and we'll find a place to fit it in and then share it back with this audience. Unfortunately, the internet connection is not allowing this to happen today. So as just getting some notes here. Maybe it's a good time for the toilet break. I agree. We're going to reconvene here at the regularly scheduled time for the Polkadot Investment Landscape featuring Rachel Wolfson, Joey Krug, Jacob Phillips, and Jingchen Li here 7:50 p.m. Central European time. That would be 3:50 p.m. here in New York. We'll see you back here in a few minutes. Thank you. All right, everybody. We're going to start to make our way back from our toilets and coffees. Sometimes the coffee leads to the toilet. That's just the way it works. The next panel we have today is the Polkadot investment landscape, featuring moderator Rachel Wolfson, reporter at Cointelegraph, Joey Krug, co-chief investment officer at Pantera Capital, Jacob Phillips, who's a crypto researcher at Polychain Capital, and Jingchen Li, managing director at FBG Capital. I am going to start to pull folks up. Hopefully they're here and we can get back started with the agenda. Rachel. Rachel in Hawaii, very, very jealous.
Hi, it's Rachel.
Hey, Rachel, how's it going from Hawaii?
I'm doing well. I'm in the Bay Area right now. But
oh, you're back?
I am, but I'll be back in Hawaii next month or so.
Still jealous. Let's see here. Pull up the rest of the panel. Find everybody. Joey is not live yet. Let's bring on Jacob. Jacob is coming on. All right, and let's check back on Joey. There he is. All righty. We should all be on momentarily.
Hi, Jacob.
Hey, guys. How are you doing?
Doing well. Thanks.
Rachel's not in Hawaii right now, so not as well as she was doing.
That's true. Back in rainy San Francisco.
It's raining in New York today, too.
Okay.
Joey's reconnecting. I will jump off the screen. I've given you the brief introductions, but not the full intro. I'll leave that to you, Rachel.
Okay, sounds good. Great, wonderful. Hi, everyone. My name is Rachel Wolfson. I'm a reporter with Cointelegraph and a blockchain analyst with Quantum Economics. So I'm really excited to be moderating the investor.
Immediately lost Rachel. I've never had this many technical difficulties with Crowdcast. Let's see if we can get her back on. Rachel, can you hear us?
I can. Am I there?
I will pull her back on. One moment.
I'm here. Did you guys lose me?
Yeah, you can just restart from the top.
Okay, sure. Sorry about that. So yeah, my name is Rachel Wolfson. I'm a reporter with Cointelegraph and a blockchain analyst with Quantum Economics. I'll be moderating today's investor panel. I'm just going to have the panelists briefly introduce themselves, and then we're going to go into questions. So Joey, would you like to start off with an introduction real quick?
Sure. My name's Joey Krug. I'm co-chief investment officer at Pantera Capital. We're a fund that invests
or
in...
Jacob. Anyone can start.
Were you able to hear me?
We can hear you, Joey. Rachel, can you not hear? Rachel, you there?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can't hear you.
Okay, great. Who wants to start with an introduction? Just say your name and title.
Rachel, I think you can't hear people. You can't hear anyone? Joey, I'm going to toggle you off studio sound because we had this problem earlier.
Are you guys, can you hear me still?
Yeah, but you can't hear us.
Or am I losing everyone?
Yeah, I can't hear Richard.
We can all hear Rachel.
Okay.
Can't hear us.
Great. So Jacob, would you like to start off by introducing yourself, please?
Yeah, for sure. I can kick it off. I'm Jacob Phillips, crypto researcher at Polychain. I joined about 1.5 years ago. I work kind of across the liquid and venture portfolio, and then specifically have been helping out with sourcing and diligence for some of our ecosystem funds, one of which is the Polkadot ecosystem. Before that, I was finishing up school and did some kind of traditional finance work, I think, while I was in school. And, one thing led to another. Ended up at an accelerator that was focused on blockchain. They forced me to sit down and look at the tech. And, then I got hooked. And now I'm here.
Awesome. Jingchen, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. So I'm Jingchen Ni, Managing Director at FBG Capital. So right now I'm leading the primary market investment and also the quantitative trading related investment in the secondary market.
Wonderful. And Joey, would you like to introduce yourself?
I already went, but I'm Joey from Pantera Capital.
Okay, sounds good. Let's kick it off with the first question. So Polkadot recently released a detailed roadmap for the highly anticipated rollout of parachains and slot auctions, which should mark the full launch of the protocol. That being said, is now a good time to invest in Polkadot's DOT token? And anyone can start.
Yeah, maybe I can get started.
Jacob, would you like to get us started on that?
Jingchen, do you want to go ahead since you were starting?
I think that's okay. You can go ahead. I can after.
Okay, yeah, I can kind of kick it off. I mean, I don't know that I can make a claim on when exactly it's a good time to invest in Polkadot's token, but maybe thinking a little bit broadly, Polkadot has had, I think, an incredible run in terms of community development. And, up to this point, I think there's been a lot of really, really promising things we've seen. There's been tremendous developer interest from inside and outside of Ethereum. There's been off the charts like investor interest, so much capital, I think, flooding towards Polkadot projects, recognizing that it may be sort of the next great ecosystem outside of Ethereum to develop. You see like a community that's developing in a very geographically distributed manner. So like the China Polkadot ecosystem is, the development there has been crazy. Europe, people in the US are interested in it. I think it's all over the place, which has been promising. And then I think a lot of the like underlying theses that Polkadot was built on, specifically around application-specific blockchains, have started to play out. And so I think there's a lot of reason to think that Polkadot has a lot of promise going forward. So definitely one that people should sort of keep an eye on, I think.
Right. Did the other panelists have anything to add on to that before I go into the next question?
So I think the short answer is yes.
Okay,
so probably
next question.
You can see
so
the
DOT has rallied to new all-time highs recently. Do you think this is a good long-term investment?
Okay, I can follow
Jingchen, did you want to kick us off with an answer to that?
Yes, I can answer the first question maybe at the beginning. And so the short answer is probably the yes for the auction, which is coming. So people
can. Is he frozen? Maybe Joey, do you want to?
Rachel, we can hear
question?
him. Rachel, we can hear him. I don't think you can hear him. For some reason, Crowdcast is not making all the connections here. So I'll let him answer, and then I'll just jump in and let you know.
You guys hear me?
Some issues with the connection.
She's not getting the audio back.
So should I continue?
Yeah, please continue.
All right. Okay. Sorry about the connection.
Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear the question that I asked?
Yeah, yes. Rachel, I think you might. Jacob, can you say something?
Who wants to respond to that? Or should I just go on to the next question?
Jacob, can you come on? I think she might only be able to hear you.
Yeah. Hey, Rachel, can you hear me all right?
I can hear you.
Crazy. That's so crazy. She can't hear me. No.
Oh, really?
All right. So Jacob, can you just let her know that you're the only speaker that she can hear?
Okay.
Hey,
go ahead.
Yeah. Rachel, I think I'm the only one you can hear, but I think Jingchen was just going to answer the question.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to necessarily play translation here, but Jacob, do you think you could just help moderate a little bit? Rachel can answer the question, and you can tell Rachel that it's been answered, so I don't have to come on and off.
Yeah.
Breaking new ground in panels here.
Yeah, got it. Rachel, I'm just going to give you a heads up, I think, when he's done answering the question.
Okay.
Okay. I'll keep it short. So for first question, probably yes, because since the announcement of you can tell the Kusama auction is going to arrive probably this month, and so you can see the Kusama's performance. Actually, right after announcement, probably is 250. Today is close to 380. So in short term, kind of these auctions will boost the demand actually in the token in short term. So when the Polka ecosystem, probably the auction slot is going to arrive sometimes in April. I think the short-term actual demand for that token will also increase. Probably will have some buying powers in the token itself from the probably short-term event trading perspective. I think yes, but in terms of the long-term or mid to long-term, probably a lot of factors will be considered. First will be the global macro system, because everything related to the price of Bitcoin. And so then if the price of the Bitcoin appreciates, so the value of the actual altcoin sometimes will, based on the nature of the high beta issues, so then probably will increase a lot. So then in mid to long term, a lot of people actually right now realize that the value of the Bitcoin, I think that's a lot of large institutions come into the market, and so then it's kind of a lot of support in the Bitcoin. So right now, the total market cap of the crypto market probably close to 2 trillion. So there is no doubt, so the crypto markets will go to, let's say, at least 1 trillion, sometimes in this year or next year. So if you can tell, the dominance of the Bitcoin probably right now is 60%. If blockchain technologies go to the mainstream because of the DeFi, because of the NFT recently, probably I think the dominance of Bitcoin probably will go down, sometimes 50%. So that's kind of a lot of room for the altcoin, not only for Ethereum, but also for Polka system. So then in mid to long term, I believe in Polka. If you can tell a lot of good projects right now built on top of Polka system, and so then I think that still have some values to bring to the Polka, the token itself. So then I think probably in 2 or 3 years, we will see the value of the Polka will come up, just like what Ethereum did. I think it's still early stage right now for the price discovery for DOT token.
Awesome. Joey, do you want to comment on either of those questions?
Sure. So I think one thing that's really interesting about Polkadot from our perspective at Pantera is, for years there's been people saying that they'll create something that's, alongside Ethereum in terms of the layer 1 blockchain. And for years, we haven't really seen anything. But I think now is sort of the first time when I look at new deals coming to us at Pantera, it's still new, but I would say the split is 90% Ethereum, 5% a long laundry list of various random stuff, and then 5% are projects building on top of Polkadot. And so that's really significant to me, because that's the first time I've seen that for any other blockchain, where it's sort of like consistently 90% Ethereum. There's always 5% random stuff. That's just like always what you see as an investor. But it's the first time I've seen 5% on one specific other chain, which I think is quite significant for the positive side of the DOT ecosystem. In terms of like where the price is today, I don't have a super strong view. I can say that Pantera has a very large DOT position, so we're bullish on the project. I don't, have a super specific view. Like, I think I looked this morning, it was $34, $35. Is that the right price for DOT? I don't know, but I think we're bullish on it from a long-term perspective.
Yeah, definitely. And even though the majority of projects are still building on ETH, everyone in the back of their minds, either on like the roadmap slide or somewhere kind of in discussion, is talking about Polkadot as like the next ecosystem they're looking to expand to, perhaps outside of Ethereum.
Great, wonderful. Okay, I'm going to go on to the next question. Thank you, guys. It's been predicted that DOT tokens are projected to increase by mid-2021, almost 20 to 25%. Do you think this prediction is accurate? Joey, do you want to start off by taking that one?
Sure. I mean, I have no clue. I mean, I'd say we're bullish on the price of DOT. Like, otherwise we wouldn't hold the position, right? So I think we're excited about it. Whether it's 20 to 25%, I'm not sure. My personal view actually is that by the end of this bull market, DOT will go up more than 20 to 25%. Obviously that's not investment advice. That's just our internal view at the firm. But I think so it wouldn't surprise me. It actually also wouldn't surprise me if it went up more. But I think that's kind of how we think about it.
Awesome. Any other responses, Jacob or Jingchen? Jingchen, I can't hear you. So if you do say something, Jacob, just let me know.
Okay. I can answer the question. I think
Please jump in.
probably
Okay.
The price percentage. I think if everyone follow the market, so then related to Bitcoin, as I mentioned. So actually there is a newsletter come up from Pantera from them, right, to your investor. Follow the stock to flow model, and the Bitcoin price in the middle of the year probably will surpass 100K. So then if you come up the calculations, actually for the Bitcoin price appreciation from the 60K to 100 is kind of over 60%. So then you come back to DOT, and so actually the high beta, and so this kind of phenomenon. So I think that if everything holds for Bitcoin, the price appreciation for DOT, I think will be much higher compared to, let's say you mentioned 25 to 30. So also in the middle of this year, let's say doubled or even tripled. I'm not that kind of surprised if everything happened like that.
Great.
Jacob, did you want to add to that before I go into the next question?
No, I don't think I have anything to add. I don't know what the price is going to do in the short term, but I know that there's been a lot of really fundamental activity, I think, developing in this ecosystem. So I think, like Joey and Jingchen, I am, bullish long term, and that's kind of all that matters here.
Got it. Okay, great. Next question. Is Polkadot a better investment than newly minted coins? Why or why not? Anyone can start with a response to that.
I'll take that one. So I think the way I see it, it depends on the newly minted project, right? I do think one thing that's going to develop in this market that I'm pretty confident in is as DOT's price continues to rise, people are going to look at it and say, oh, that's expensive. People do that with investments. And they're going to say, what can I invest in on top of Polkadot that is cheap from a relative standpoint? And so I do think, this full disclosure, like Pantera is an investor in Akala. I think Akala is a really interesting project built on top of Polkadot. And there's going to be other projects like Akala or other projects that are building DeFi things on top of DOT. And I think we will see kind of a bit of a hype cycle or exuberance surrounding that. Because when you look at DOT, people are going to eventually say, maybe not at $34, maybe it's $50. There's some level where the market's going to say, oh, that's expensive from like a retail investor standpoint. I want to invest in something cheaper built on top. And so I do think that's a dynamic that will play out. And so, but of course it depends on the project, because if you look at early stage investments, it always follows power law. Like 70% of stuff is useless. 20% is kind of like, maybe you make a small multiple, but like risk adjusted, it probably wasn't worth it. And then there's like 10% that are actually like really good projects where like investing in that is an amazing risk reward. So that's how I think about it.
Got it. Jacob or Jingchen, did you want to jump in on that one at all?
Yeah, I'll jump in maybe with just one comment, and that would be that I think Joey's absolutely right that people recognizing that Polkadot as a platform has a lot of potential will start to look for projects on Polkadot that could have some success and a thriving ecosystem. And I think a lot of that has, or correction, some of that has already happened already. Like we see Polkadot projects, pre-parachain launch trading at valuations of, very high, some like above $1 billion fully diluted, which is a little bit crazy to think about. And I think it highlights the excitement around the ecosystem, but also highlights, a lot of what's being priced in. And, when parachains launch, this isn't just going to be like day one Polkadot competing head on with Ethereum. This is a longer term game for sure. And I would just be, I think we've really been approaching, I think a lot of investors in this space have been approaching some of these projects on Polkadot with a very sort of selective lens, recognizing that there is a frothiness in the air. And I think that there are some projects perhaps that people are going to get sort of burnt out of this, I think. It's sort of like any project that announces they're building on Polkadot gets assigned some premium in liquid markets, and people have sort of recognized that. And so it's important to be really careful about choosing teams who are long-term focused and really understand the value of Polkadot and are using it to the fullest of potential, rather than just building on Polkadot because it'll pump the token price. And a lot of times you can tell that by looking at their token distribution strategy and kind of their launch plans. If they're overly focused on the token, it generally can be seen as like a negative signal, kind of a short-term money grab. But I think a lot of the teams who are, sort of, optimizing token distribution for sort of long-term community alignment, those are the teams you want to bet on in this space.
Got it. Jingcheng, did you want to add anything to that? Jacob, let me know if he.
Yeah, I think probably there is one important issue is the capacity of those kind of investments. So for example, from the institutional perspective, so then we have large capitals, so then we want to put in some of the secured assets. I think Polkadot is kind of one asset, but for those actually has high risk reward appetite investors from the retails, they are looking for, or if some VCs want to have high returns, they probably will looking for those new minted projects has high potentials in the futures, because a simple way is to compile the price appreciation with ease, probably tenfold from last year, and you say Aave, so it's a top DeFi project, so it's easily 100-fold. And so then if you actually have large capitals, I want to have a secure return, probably the Polkadot is a good way. But if you have small amount of capitals chasing the higher returns, you probably need to look at the new minted project, and also especially the high quality project with solid team. I think that's the perspective from the capacity of the capital and also the risk reward you want to chase.
Awesome. I think we're good to move on to the next question.
Perfect. Okay. So this one's kind of relevant right now, considering the NFT boom that we're seeing. Polkadot has also become a platform for NFTs. So from an investor perspective, do you have any thoughts on the impact of this or what it could mean for the space? Joey, do you have any thoughts that you want to kick us off with?
I mean, I think on the NFT side, definitely not like a social investor. So I'm probably not like the greatest person to ask, but I think I do think there's something real there. If you look at like what's happening with NFTs in art, and also what's happening in the music industry with NFTs, I think it's going to become like more and more popular. I mean, it's already happening. In terms of Polkadot, one thing that is a problem with NFT space right now is it's quite expensive. If you're an artist and you want to issue an NFT piece of artwork, maybe you're just getting started. Like I actually was playing around with this last night. It was costing me like $200 on ETH to do that. And so like I could totally envision people doing this on parachains where the cost is in cents as opposed to hundreds of dollars. It's that should encourage more experimentation and also allow artists who aren't super famous to get started with kind of lower cost pieces. And so I think like that's one element that I think Polkadot could definitely get some traction with in the NFT space.
Okay, Jacob, Jingcheng, did you want to jump in on that question at all?
Yeah, I think part of the goal for Polkadot kind of in its early days is just to sort of rebuild all the primitives that we've seen built on ETH in kind of a Polkadot flavor. And so, obviously DeFi was the first one to pop up, and NFTs have had a lot of success, I think, as of recently, and have drawn a lot of interest into the space that, even DeFi, I think, couldn't bring in. And so there's definitely exciting things happening in the space. And I would probably caution a little bit that like the NFT space, I think, is still pretty early in its development, and it'll take some time, I think, for things to. I think it's maybe a little bit harder to bootstrap an NFT ecosystem, perhaps, than it has been with DeFi and kind of free flowing liquidity. And so I do think it'll be a little bit more of an uphill battle. But to Joey's point, I think there's some really interesting things that could come out of the Polkadot ecosystem, specifically using the Polkadot's technology to optimize for NFTs. Things like gaming and I think any sort of application that requires like a lot of minting or a lot of trading of NFTs has been really difficult to do on on Ethereum for for obvious reasons related to cost and scalability. And these are the kinds of things that could be unlocked by sort of new underlying architectures of parachains on Polkadot.
Got it. Jingcheng, did you want to jump in?
Yep. So if you look at the current, the NFT market, so majority, I think 99% of the apps are actually built on top of Ethereum. So then from OpenSea, Reef, and also other marketplace, only one that's NBA Top Shop built off Flow. And so I think probably the NFT market is still at the early stage. And so then actually, if we want to go to Main Street, of course, it will meet some interoperability issues and the scalability issues. But right now, I think the market is still find the application, how to bring the traditional art community and also to the digital communities. So then once we meet the interoperability and also scalability, I think there is a use case for Polkadot ecosystem and also those technologies. But one thing I want to mention from the primary market perspective, we see some of the project right now target NFT sectors using Polkadot ecosystem. So one way when I talk to them why they use Polkadot system, because the user friendly and also the community is much more friendly compared to Ethereum. I don't know why, but there's some project mentioned that all the Polkadot developers and also from the Web3 foundations are more willing to help them to grow from the scratch. And so to help them hands on hand how to use the technologies and also achieve those goals. So that I think probably we will see a very interesting project from the Polkadot system in terms of the NFT. But right now, I still think that the NFT market still find the use case and how to actually bring the traditional markets to the digital world. Yeah.
Awesome. I think we're good to go to the next one.
Perfect. Okay. So we actually have 5 minutes left in the panel. So what I wanted to do was I wanted to start taking questions from the audience. So I want you guys watching us just to drop some questions over in the chat, and I'm going to start taking those. I'm just seeing if we have any so far. It looks like Kavothi is asking if anybody's excited about Polka City. I don't know if that's a question or just a comment, but anybody excited about Polka City? Do you guys want to comment on that? Okay, so yeah, drop your questions below in the chat. I guess since there aren't so many right now, I'm just gonna, okay, here's a question from David Rodas. He's saying, can you speak to what you think is a good token distribution model that signals the team is in it for the long run?
Yeah, maybe I can jump in quickly with this question since I kind of mentioned it a little bit. But like one thing I think that's really important to think about is because of the way liquid markets are rewarding. I mean, we've seen similar things in DeFi too, right? It's like any DeFi project that's like semi-legit launches at some huge valuation and founders in theory can get sort of like a quick buck out of that. A similar thing is developing in the Polkadot ecosystem. And so when you look at some of these projects, you can sort of tell like if it appears that the founder is optimizing for value, like short-term value or value early in the stage of the network in a way that allows the kind of like team to benefit. I mean, the short of it is you want your token distribution and sort of vesting schedules to optimize for 3 years success of the project, 3, 5, 10 years success of the project rather than some like kind of short-term situation. And so while you can do some of these things like, these public sales or different kind of like ICO like models that might, sort of pump the token in the short term or launch with like an incredibly low float. While these may, boost the token price in the short term, what it doesn't do is it doesn't help with like community distribution, I think, in the right way. And so like what we really prefer to see is like teams building without a focus on the token so much. I mean, the short of it is like when we hear pitches, if so much of the pitch is focused on like the public sale or the launch plan of the token, that to us ends up being a red flag. Like the focus should not be on the token. The token is just sort of like the mechanism I think you strap on to a really cool product or tech. And so, the goal here is, I think, to sort of have that be kind of like a secondary thought rather than the primary thought. And so, like, I think optimizing token distribution such that, you know, over the course of a couple years, the community ends up in kind of like the community ends up holding most of the token supply rather than it being really centrally allocated to like just the team or some like big foundation, or, you know, being sold entirely in a public sale for the benefit of like the team over the short term. I think that there's a broad range of things I think that can sort of be sort of turns off in terms of token distribution. But the goal ultimately is to you know, use, I think, a lot of the kind of models that we've seen work so far in DeFi and on Ethereum, and kind of port those over into the kind of parachain model, focusing on sort of making sure that you're optimizing for sort of like the long-term game rather than the short-term game.
Okay, one thing quick to add on that. On that question is, as we think that in general the token economies in current primary markets is much better compared to those ICO projects in 2017 and 2018. That's one reason, because they value the community a lot compared to the previous project. Because in previous ICO 2017, 2018, they have a lot of different private sale for different investors and different investings. So then different price, different vesting, and then the last price is the retail and also a lot of retail investors lost a lot of money because of all this bad token design. But right now, I think in DeFi, in current, because the green mining program and also the airdrop to the community, and also we see a lot of fail launch projects right now. There is no private investors at the first place. It's much fail compared to those project token economies in 2017. As in general, to Jacob's perspective, is I think the project and also the token design should be in line with the long-term development of the project. You cannot imagine that project can be succeed just in 1 year or let's say 6 months, right? So for those projects should at least a couple of years, 3 to 5. So should in line with the project itself and also the large token holders from the communities.
Great way to end. Thank you very much, all. Rachel, if I don't think you can hear me, I think you're also frozen. We're dragging Crowdcast to the end of this event. Thank you all for participating. I hope you have a good rest of your week.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All righty then. Well, it's down to me. The thank you and goodbye. Thank you. First off, I wanted to thank Equilibrium for helping organize this conference in partnership with the Polkadot DeFi Alliance and Cointelegraph. Rachel, Ben, Andre, thank you so much for coming on and moderating the panels that you were participating in. Apologies for the technical difficulties all along the way. We've done a number of Crowdcast events and never really had this level of hiccups to the point where panelists literally couldn't hear each other speaking. I'll make sure the Crowdcast team is aware of these issues so that they can fix them for the future. Generally speaking, I'm really excited from what I heard from a lot of the speakers today. And I think the thing I'd like to leave everyone here with is this idea that we should be keeping on the lookout for like true revolution rather than just evolution. There's a lot of noise in the crypto space right now because there's so much excitement coming out of 2017, 2018. There are number of projects building layer 1 protocols that sort of iterated on what we learned building and launching Ethereum. But the next big wave in innovation in this space is going to be because of revolutionary technology changes the way people think about building in this space. And that's really what Polkadot is. Its architecture and its vision is significantly different from any other protocol or a network that has been conceived and launched to date. This really does also boil down to this idea when we talk about Polkadot as a layer 0 protocol. It is the only layer 0 protocol in production today, and that it connects and secures an entire new network of layer 1 blockchain protocols, these parachains, many of which you heard from today, and then also connects existing layer 1 protocols via bridges like Polka BTC, Snowfork, and the others that you've heard mentioned today throughout the show. So excited to be a part of this revolution in the industry with you all. This is just the beginning. Looking forward to the next couple months, weeks and months as Parachain launches commence. Really exciting moment for the entire community to share together, as we're really going to see, I think, this next big wave in innovation get kicked off on Polkadot's layer 0. Thank you all, and have a good rest of your week.
All right, guys. That was the Polka DeFiance event. Yeah. It was a long sit, I have to be honest. I didn't watch all of it. But what did all of you think? I'm not gonna make it longer than I'm already streaming. I think we've done a pretty long today. I'm a bit disappointed that we didn't talk a bit more about Reef, because a lot of people are hyped about Reef. But it was definitely an interesting event. A lot of interesting discussions popped up. I like to do more of these events. Do you guys like me streaming those and maybe talking in the chat, saying what I think about them? Do you guys like this kind of content? And do you want me to do more of this stuff? And obviously, if you're not interested in events, you don't have to join the live stream. But these are live streams where I don't really give opinions, but it's more informational. And I think it's important for everyone to learn a bit more about these things. But on the other hand, obviously, most people are coming for my opinion on certain coins and on investing. So, yeah, let me know what you think. If you're watching this live stream later, because I will probably leave this on if they don't delete it, because obviously this is a real stream, but sometimes they are a bit rough on yeah, keeping this kind of content online. But let me know what you stuff. All right, I see that there are still 5 watchers. If you have any more questions for me, please let me know. Otherwise, I think I'll end the stream very soon. All right, it seems like there are not a lot of active people anymore. I definitely understand that. Then I'm gonna call it a day, guys, for watching all. Let's do more of these events. I think I like them. I'm gonna watch them anyways by myself. Might as well stream and give some comments on them. And the next live stream will definitely be another altcoin watch live stream where people can ask questions. If you like the content, please subscribe to the channel. It really helps me out, and I feel like we're making awesome content. I talk about a lot of altcoins, a lot of my opinion on these alts, and a lot of things that are happening. If you like Polkadot, you probably also like Reef. I talk a lot about Reef on the channel. If you like all of that stuff, please subscribe to the channel. And if there are no more questions, let me double check. Nope, there are not. All right, then I'll see you guys later. Thank you for watching all.